Good morning, good evening, or good afternoon, depending on where you find yourself in the world right now. Welcome to the Iesf African Qualifiers. I am Waxen, and I have the pleasure to be joined by none other than the magnificent Black, bringing you day 3 of the North and South African Dota 2 Qualifiers. Black, today is one of these days. It kind of feels like we're going back to the beginning because we have, if I'm not wrong, 3 teams that we have yet to see or stream making their debut today.
Is it 3? Maybe 3, might be 2. So we've seen Libya, we've seen Madagascar, but we haven't seen Kenya. So I think it's 2.
Okay,
that's fine.
Okay. But close.
As you said, I'm the mathematician, so
Of
it's
course.
very important to me to get the numbers right. But you're very correct. Like we say it time and time again. If we don't know the players well and we don't know the teams well, Dota just gets that much more exciting. There's always risk that they get completely overshadowed, of course, but more often than not, they bring something exciting to the table, whether it's playstyle-wise, hero-wise, or individual playstyle-wise as well. There's always lots of avenues to explore.
And speaking of avenues to explore, I'm looking at this first game of the day. Actually, let's take a quick look at the whole schedule for day 3, and we will be starting in the North African region with Cote d'Ivoire, the Ivory Coast, of course, facing Libya. Both of these teams looking to make a bit of a splash in the region as they're not looking too hot after several games with a few losses. Winning this one would boost the confidence and, of course, represent their country against another one of their foes in the region. And then the second series of the day, Black, it will be Namibia and South Africa, the rematch of last year's South African region. I am very keen to see that one in particular today.
Yeah, it should be very exciting. Although Madagascar managed to really, especially in their second game yesterday, overpower them quite easily. So we'll see how South Africa shapes up compared to Madagascar, because they'll be having their match tomorrow, which we kind of alluded to is sort of the quote-unquote grand final of that qualifier.
Yeah, this year's grand final, you could say.
This year's grand final, that's right. And yeah, it's definitely going to get very exciting. However, I believe for Libya and the Ivory Coast, there isn't too much at stake anymore. Is it pretty much confirmed that Egypt already qualified? Or is that still not really resolved?
I think we are still kind of in the air with that. There might be like a very peculiar situation where Egypt drops a series and they could be dethroned just yet. But I would say percentage-wise, Mr. Mathematician, I would confirm Egypt 99.98% qualified already for the World Esports Championships. But that's not to say that this first series doesn't have important stakes, right, Black? Getting the victory over the Ivory Coast from the Libyan side would pretty much guarantee themselves a top 3 placement. Whereas if the Ivory Coast were to win this matchup, then they would be contesting that top 3. So it's very interesting to see if you want to get a medal in the North African qualifiers or not. So it's quite a lot of stakes here, I would say.
Yeah, it's definitely important, especially as a more inexperienced team. You know, finishing second always feels a lot better than than being third or fourth. You know, but you know what the sad part is about competition? And correct me if you have a different mindset there, but from my own personal experience, if you're not the winner, you're just the loser. You know, what do you think about that statement? That's what everybody says in competing.
I'm thinking, I actually believe that I share the same mentality, Black. I have to be 100% with you here, but I would also like extend it, especially when it comes to tournaments, league likes, right? When it comes to, and this is essentially a league at 5 teams in the North African cone and 4 teams in the South one. I have to be completely honest, yes, but once you fall sufficiently behind the first place team, realizing that the amount of matches you have left are insufficient for you to catch up, that doesn't mean you should give up only because you're not going to win the league anymore, right? I think still you should fight to get every single victory only because of the same mentality.
Yeah, no, I think they're going to be try-harding till the very end. Usually everybody is. It's just the reason why I brought it up is when it comes to, you know, opportunities, most people really just remember the winners, which is very brutal in the competitive space, right? Because I think personally that a lot more people and teams deserve recognition, but oftentimes, if you end up second, okay, let's say there is a third place decider match, right?
Yep.
And you win that third place. People will talk about you more than they will talk about the second place.
I agree with that. I actually think that is
which is so interesting, right? It's like it's so biased. I love that.
It's often, especially if the first place is expected, right? Like in the current scene in Tier 1 Dota, per se, we have the likes of Falcons, and, well, they win most tournaments. I think they have 2 tournaments that they haven't won. So the conversation has been lately, who is playing, that lower bracket final? Who will be the one? If you fall to them in the grand finals, you are a winner in itself, right? And I think here with the North African clone, we spoke from day one, especially after we saw Egypt play that first series of the day. We said, oh, okay, it's going to be the Egypt show, and then everybody else fighting for representing and getting as much, glory to their nation.
Yeah, that's pretty much what's looking like to be the case. I mean, it's just in this particular part of Africa, Egypt just seems completely unmatched. Like they're not just one level ahead, but probably 2, maybe even 3 levels ahead. Their drafting is way superior. It's just there's no shame in losing to them, but at the same time, it can be a little bit deflating going into a qualifier knowing that there's such a an overlord waiting for you. Like when I played the China qualifiers at that time, everybody was expecting LGD to win. Because, I mean, it's just LGD. They were the best team in the world at that time. And, the best team in China at that time. And when you go up against them, it's very nerve-wracking. Very nerve-wracking. My team was actually the only team to beat them, and we popped off, Like, we all popped off the chairs. It was amazing. It was super fun. And that's ultimately, funnily enough, what paved my own way towards VG, where I found my own biggest success, where I fulfilled my own dream. So, as you said, you should never give up, because that one victory, might earn you a lot of recognition, a lot of eyes on you, and that's ultimately what you need if you really want to break through towards the top international level.
And I like that you bring up this great analogy of playing versus the absolute favorites. That means the underdog has no pressure on their shoulders. Whereas if you are the number 1 seed in the region, if you are the number 1 seed in the world, and you are facing one of these teams that maybe you feel like they're not worthy to face you, that's kind of harder for them, because they have absolutely everything to lose. If they fall to you, everything slips out of their fingers, their glory gets taken away by someone that shouldn't even be in the same conversation as them. And that is something that we might actually be witnessing later today, right, with South Africa, or later tomorrow, as they are the equivalent of Egypt in the South African region, but they haven't gotten over that confirmed spot for the LAN Grand Finals in 2024 just yet, and they are facing very strong opponents. Like we said, Namibia today and Madagascar tomorrow, and South Africa has everything to lose. They are the team that made it last year and represented their region very well. If I'm not wrong, I believe they definitely got out of the group stage when not a lot of people were expecting to see that from them. And if they fall short, all of the glory, all of the recognition of the region will go on the shoulders of the team that could potentially slay them.
Yeah, it's a very good point. But I think, especially the second series today, Madagascar is going to play once more. If they can win again, it will put them at 2-0, which means South Africa is probably also going to be at 2-0. Let's be real, because Madagascar already beat Namibia, and then South Africa versus Madagascar is 2-0 versus 2-0. And yeah, winner takes all, right? Loser takes nothing. So it's going to be super, super important for Madagascar to really not slow down at all from the momentum that they gained yesterday, because they finished off the day like in an amazing fashion, right? It was so one-sided. MT had no chance whatsoever from beginning to finish.
Well, for everybody at home watching, if you want to keep yourself updated with what is happening, all related to Iesf, future qualifiers, lands, and the journey to making it to the World Esports Championships, do not forget to go in and visit iesf.gg. It's your one-stop shop for everything all the information you might want to have in the world. As right now, we are looking ahead at the two teams for today, and let's start going through the rosters like for the first series of the day. First and foremost, we have Cote d'Ivoire, the Ivory Coast, and they will be lining up as Kifa or Kefa, MLK, Chrisame or Chrisame, and Diddy, Black Who. Hopefully not that Diddy.
Diddy Kong.
Sure, definitely. That's the Diddy I was referring to.
Nah, I think they wouldn't go that route. You know, they're very down to earth guys, I'm sure.
Of course.
And yeah, we'll see today, the first time on stream, and it'll hopefully show us what they're made of. Cause I'm very excited to see them. I don't really know their playstyle, how they like to approach the game, whether they're really aggressive or more of a defensive team and more reactive. Because both playstyles can work out very nicely, obviously. I would even go as far and say that if you're the proactive team, you will not always, but most of the time when you have control of the match and you take the initiative, like the enemy plays on your terms, right? That's exactly what you want. So I'm personally hoping that they're an aggressive team, because that is just the play style that, for example, Falcons initially, when they were very successful, right? Like the first 2-3 months, they didn't really win that much. But then when AUI joined, they suddenly had like a complete playstyle shift from being very reactive and defensive to actually taking the initiative and running the enemy over, really taking objectives and map control. Since then, as you said, they're almost unbeaten.
I mean, it is obviously a coach can make a huge difference, and we don't really know what the support behind the 5 players of the Ivory Coast is. But let's take a look at their opponents, the Ying to the Yang for this first matchup of the day. It will be the Libya squad. Their entire roster will be Kashi, Google, Action, Demdo, and Steve. Black, we've seen Libya a couple of days ago making their debut on stream in a losing effort versus the Titans of Egypt. And my question mark for you right now is the nerves of playing on stream versus such a strong enemy as Egypt have come and gone, but they've already have the experience of being here in front of our viewers at home, so maybe there's less pressure for them, whereas the Ivory Coast is making their debut today. Do you think the nerves might actually give the Libyan side an advantage because they've already had the opportunity of playing on stream?
Can definitely be the case, especially as an inexperienced player and or team. Knowing that people watch you can be pretty nerve-wracking, because you know how people are. Every move you make gets judged, whether it's good or bad, you know?
Yep.
And yeah, not everybody is super comfortable with that. And that being said, though, Libya, they didn't look too bad against Egypt. Okay, game 2 aside, which was pretty damn one-sided. In game 1, they actually held their own, and they made Egypt work for their victory. They managed to stop the bleeding, hold the gold lead at roughly 8-9K for a good 20 minutes. And there's no easy feat against a momentum team like Egypt. So, yeah, I would actually go as far and say I think Libya, for me at least, probably a 70-30 favorite.
Wow. I mean, that is a hell of a prediction, ladies and gentlemen. You heard Black himself coming out of the woodwork with a prediction, not even seeing a single pick thus far. Very interesting, coming in with a hot takes. As we now take a quick look of what you can expect for the final day of the African qualifiers. That will be tomorrow's matches. First and foremost, we will be starting differently with the South African region, changing it up for you, ladies and gentlemen at home, taking you by surprise, and it will be the absolute grand final, probably the highest, most anticipated game of this entire, this entire week? Is it safe to say that, Black? Potentially. Of South
Probably,
Africa versus Madagascar. And in the second series of the day, we will finish off with the Ivory Coast versus Morocco. And, you know, we were talking about that 0.002% chance of Egypt getting dethroned. If Egypt slips up somehow off stream, and the Ivory Coast or Morocco have a hell of a performance today and tomorrow, they could be the ones taking the spot, that number 1 spot of the North African cone. Like I said, there are a lot of ifs that have to take place for that to actually occur, but hopefully you will all be joining us tomorrow to see how these two matches will unfold.
Yeah, no, as you said, it's very unlikely for Egypt to lose. The big match is really going to be South Africa versus Madagascar, because by right, they should both be 2-0 at that time. Winner takes all, loser takes second place. And there's no better way, really, to end a qualifier. Because if one team is already qualified and the match doesn't really mean that much, it can get a little bit boring, Both teams might not play super seriously necessarily, but if everything's on the line and they're going to be sweating, they're going to put out all of the TI practice strats. They'll be busting out all those heroes that they practiced. I don't know what it could be. Again, show me some bad riders, show me some of the heroes that I think are completely unplayable, make them work so I can copy you.
I mean, this is going back to what we were talking yesterday. Copy is the best form of flattery in itself. Sometimes you see what someone does and you're like, oh, I like that idea, but I know I'm better and I could do it better, so let me try it out for myself. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't, but you know all about that, Black, don't you?
Yeah, I'm certified copycat, And as you said, sometimes it works out wonderfully. You're like, yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna look super cool. But then you actually do it and you look like a fool.
Yeah,
like, not as cool as you thought you would look. And your teammates are like, well, what are you doing?
I mean, it happens to the best of us. If it happens to you, it could happen to some of the players on the server. So now let's get into breaking down what heroes we've seen a lot more of in our qualifier compared to what is currently considered tier 1 in tier 1 meta. And one of the heroes that I really want to bring up that we haven't seen at all, I would even argue, but a lot of teams in tier 1 are running it. It's this Medusa, Black. Obviously, as a carrier yourself, you've got plenty of experience on the Medusa, and I want to ask you, do you like the hero in its current state? And if you do, why do you think the teams in our qualifier are staying away from it?
I think Medusa is an amazing hero, honestly, in this patch as well. It just ticks all the boxes of this patch. Flash farms, very strong lane. It's like actually one of the carries that bullies out a lot of off lanes, and you can't really pressure Medusa too easily. Even the counters against Medusa, she has different sort of item builds that you can go for to still have a decent time. She has flexibility. She can be lane middle if the matchup is really terrible for her on the side lane. Obviously, late game scaling is ridiculous on this hero. Her team fight ability is absolutely bonkers. She can defend towers easily. She can push towers easily. And the list goes on and on and on. The hero just gives you almost everything you want. So I don't see many weaknesses in it. Obviously, the big quote-unquote weakness is that it's a bit slow.
Yeah.
But that's not really true anymore with the addition of Hurricane Pike. There's so many mobility items now. Manta Style gives you movement speed. You have a lot of buffs from your teammates. Your Solar Crest that gives you movement speed. This, I don't know. The hero is really strong, and I'm expecting it to get picked up more and more and more as the patch gets more discovered. Because it just doesn't have many weaknesses.
I have to agree, and it feels like it's so underplayed, even in pubs. Like I said, I've seen it in the qualifiers, and I think in another tournament, I will say it's tier 2, tier 1, and it has great degrees of success, but not in our qualifier and not in pubs as much. And maybe I get it. You're playing a pub, you want to go for something a bit more funky, a bit more cheesy, a bit more exciting. Whereas Medusa is that, ultra late game, old reliable carry that you can get your hands on. And the next question I have is more of a interesting statistic for you, Black. So first of all, I'll start with a question. Out of the Spirit Brothers, right? The Void, the Ember, the Earth, and the Storm. We talked a lot about the Storm Spirit. Which one of them do you think currently has the highest win rate in pubs? Don't check it. Be honest. Just give me a guess.
Okay. I'm going to do educated guessing because I don't know for sure. I'm going to say Void Spirit.
Not a bad call. It's actually the worst call. Because out of the 4, Void Spirit currently has the lowest win rate, the only one out of the 4 below 50%. And I would think Void Spirit should be up there in the top 2. No. And it's not the Storm either. That is the first place. Surprisingly, Black. Ember Spirit is the Spirit Brother with the highest win rate by quite a considerable margin compared to Storm and Earth Spirit.
Ember, huh? I mean,
Mhm.
he did receive considerable buffs. Yeah, I mean, now that I'm reading it again, his damage potential is pretty insane, actually. That innate flame guard ability. All right. I mean,
Uh,
it kind of makes sense, to be honest.
yep.
I see in Chains got buffed many times as well. Now, chaining 3 targets, Slide of Fist is a ridiculous ability. Always has been. I mean, it's not a hero we see a whole lot, but if it makes a resurgence, I can definitely see it being really strong again because it got quite a bit of buffs lately.
And I'll tell you even a crazier one, okay? Higher win rate than Storm. But Storm feels so good. And sometimes when people see Storm is good, a lot of people that are not good Storm players pick it. So they lower down the win rate. So I wouldn't read too much into it. But Ember Spear has a higher win rate, but by over 1.8% versus the Shadow Fiend, which is the hero that well, highlighted as the must win, like the easier win hero in this current patch. And do you think Shadowfiend suffers from the same thing as Storm, right? He's so good that a lot of players that even don't know how to play it run it and lose with it? Or do you think maybe we are kind of overestimating the power of the FDSF?
No, I think it has a very different problem, kind of like Pudge. Everybody just wants to play Pudge and SF
Makes sense.
and massively drags the win rate down. Like, if only people who are really good at the hero would play it, I think Pudge would probably be closer to like 60+% win rate.
Wow.
Dude, he changed the entire way you play the game, right? Like, just like the old techies did. Like, you literally have to play Dota differently. You cannot walk the same way. You cannot think the same way. You cannot operate the same way. And I think SF suffers from the same thing. Like, they see some nice YouTube highlights, Everybody loves SF anyway. It's been the 1v1 hero forever with like the ego brush, I'm way better than you, man. It's 1v1 SF, bro. It's like, all right, cool. Let's go. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but SF's pick rate in general should be insanely high, just like Pudge.
I
And Pudge is the
believe
highest by far, for sure.
so
But
that is in a
SF is pretty up
Pubs.
there.
Pubs overall, all around. The Pudge is definitely, I think, the first hero to hit. I don't even know, like something insane, 10 million games, if not more than that. But we're now talking about high tier Dota and Shadowfiend. You're correct. He is in the top 3 most played currently. Pudge is also in the top 3, but he's not first black. He's second. First most picked hero in the current meta in pubs. Well, you know it. Everybody knows it. It can be a support. It can be a mid. Not a mid. It can be a support, a carry, even an off lane if you really want to push it. It's the Weaver Black.
The Weaver, of course, yeah. It's a very simple hero to play. A hero that has a ton of impact. You can't go wrong with picking Weaver, honestly. You can't. It's so flexible.
Like, and both facets are interesting. Of course, there's the facet that everybody seems to be going for, the one that makes you slow the opponent and you slow them 100%, which is an absolute insane stat. But I personally also am a bit a fan of the Swarm that steals some of that XP. Of course, like I said, I'm a support player, so when I manage to throw the Storm on top of 2-3 opponents that are busy skirmishing for someone else and they don't have the focus on killing the bugs for about 8 to 10 seconds, I get a lot of XP. So I think there's multiple ways of running this Weaver, and like we said, he's so versatile. That's why even yesterday we saw it picked first or second multiple times, and then the teams were like, oh yeah, this is a game where we could core it, a game where we could support it. It's very interesting, and I think I'm annoyed because this means Weaver will get nerfed, and it's a hero I love playing.
I think it really deserves to get nerfed though, because the innate ability now being Geminate attack literally means you don't have to choose anymore at level 2. Do I want a double hit or the swarm? You have all 3. And that potential ability at level 2 is now absolutely ridiculous. Like the damage output that hero can have now at level 3 is stupidly high.
It's kind of like the dumb luck on the ogre, right? You don't pick the dumb luck on the ogre because you get the extra ability point at level 2, but Weaver has the extra ability point at level 1.
Yeah. Like, he gets a free double hit at level 1, whether it's a support or core, that's like literally double damage for free. And you don't have to do anything. In fact, it's more than double damage because it deals extra damage.
Yeah. No, it's very It's a strange one. I feel like they would need to probably change or give him a new, different innate ability, and then keep the Germinate as a normal spell. I think that might be a way of tweaking it and making it less oppressive at this current moment in time.
Yeah.
But we just had a patch last week. I don't think we're getting another one for at least a few more weeks. I'm going to be honest with you.
I think how to nerf that hero, quote unquote, is give him the hive mind facet as an innate ability, and then give him another facet for whatever.
Oh, I like that. That is, Ice Frog. Call this man. He's got all the answers for you. And actually, that would make Weaver very viable in a lot of context. And again, like I said, good for support and maybe slightly nerf for him as a core, right? You don't want to scale Swarm early on if you're playing core Weaver. You might want to go for Germinate and to Shikuchi, so you have that mobility and the extra damage to go AoE, kill the creeps, secure the range one. Makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, something a lot of people might not know. I've been a beta tester in Dota 1 since the very beginning almost. Icerock and we worked very hard on making Invoker the way it was with the 10 abilities. Because before that, it had like 30-something abilities. And I went to him and I was like, this is like, nobody's ever going to use even half of these. It's like, let's rework this hero. And then we worked for a very long time on figuring out how to really make him viable. And it was super fun to work on Invoker. I mean, obviously lots of heroes came, Clockwork. I don't even remember at what time I joined, but every new hero that we created was just so fun to work on. Like he would always run the stats by me. Like, what about this? Is this too strong? What about this amount? Does it stun too long? Too much damage? What about the cooldown? And then we always had these lobby games where 10 beta testers just had access to the newest patch before everybody else. And we just picked the most broken heroes and we killed each other. It was super fun.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know if you're just joking with us, but you seem very serious. If that story is true, that was a amazing piece of Dota 2 history, ladies and gentlemen, that you witnessed here on the Iesf channel. I would actually go as far as asking production to clip that and put it on their socials, because Black right now is running us through some incredible memories. Thank you for sharing this with us, Black. As if you're wondering why we haven't gone into the first game draft yet, the Dota lobby just crashed when we were halfway through the draft pick, so we will be going back on track. We'll be getting back on track in just a matter of moments. But Black, I did not know that about you, and I'm very certain that is a large portion of our community that didn't know that either. So I mean, I for one am very grateful for you sharing that with us. Wow, what a story.
No, it was super fun. Like, even that I had the opportunity to. I mean, Icerock is just a great guy, honestly. Like, when you talk to him, you can just tell how smart he is. He's an amazing individual. Obviously, I mean, the way he made Dota, it takes a mastermind to even create something remotely close to this. Like, the guy's an absolute genius.
So
but he likes to stay in the shadows. He's in the shadows. He's the mastermind from the shadows, and if he ever came out of the shadows, he might be, he might beat Magnus Carlsen in chess.
So you think you say he's the Shadow Master? I mean, only because we've been waiting for quite a while since the announcement. I may even go as far as asking you, is he the Puppet Master?
Ooh. Well, then again, that hero was supposed to be out probably months ago. Didn't they say Q1 of 2024? Wasn't that the announcement?
I actually think if you look at the trailer, and I'm going to look it up right now as we discuss about this, I think the end of the trailer for Puppet Master, which the trailer was a TI, right?
I think so.
7 months ago, October 2023, yes. I believe it said 2024. Yes, so I have it on my screen right now. It says Ringmaster, sorry, not Puppet Master. That is the file terms of Puppet Master. No hero is safe 2024, which of course is what compelled the community to go, oh, December 2024, because this is how dates announcements sometimes work with these big gaming companies. And I'm gonna be real with you, Black. I think the people that were joking about that, they might be onto something, because we're almost halfway through this year, and I don't think Ringmaster is on the horizon, but I have a theory why that might be. I think they wanted to put him out sooner, and then they came up with the concept for the facets and the innate abilities, and putting a hero that, if he's based on the Heroes of New Earth one, right? I believe that's the one called Puppet Master. It's sort of like a Rubik, like steals you, turns you into something, and uses your abilities. So I think they wanted to put the facets and innate abilities, because if you add a hero such as that and then the new set of facets and innate abilities, the problem might be that it could break the game.
I mean, I'm going to be completely honest. In Heroes of New Earth, when I was a competitive player, I was the best puppet master in the game because I played that hero all the time. Literally, it was my favorite hero just because of how broken it was. So, I mean, I can just run you through the abilities really quick, and then we can fact check if it actually happens in the same way. So his Q is you put somebody on puppet strings, and they can't walk out. They walk out a certain distance, they get pulled back in, and the thing lasted for 5 seconds. It was mega broken.
Would you say, is that sort of like the way the Naga Sovereign pull in was working?
No, so how it works is, so you get a debuff on you, and then you have like 300 leash range, and if you're out of that leash range, you get pulled back into the middle where it started.
Okay. Wow.
Right? It's super OP. It was super OP. Then the second spell is you attack the closest ally or neutral for 5 seconds. It's just like a mind control kind of thing.
Wait, as in you take over it and that attacks it?
No. You charm the hero, and the hero has to attack the closest ally to him.
Oh wow! And is there like a range, or does it just chase it, sort of like troll ulti?
Kind of like troll ulti. You literally just hit them the entire time.
That is incredible.
And there was also range ability. Now the third ability was, it's a crit, a guaranteed crit every it starts with 6 attacks and goes down to every 4 attacks, I believe. It gives you plus 20% bonus damage and cleave when the crit comes. As a range hero, of course.
As a range hero, okay.
Yeah. So, but the reason why this hero was so busted is his ultimate is a voodoo puppet. Okay. So you create a voodoo puppet next to the hero, and then, as I just said, the second ability makes you attack that voodoo puppet, which is linked to your own life pool, and then every time you damage the voodoo puppet, you take damage as well, right?
Wow.
And as I mentioned, the third attack makes you attack cleave, and it's a crit. So you hit both with that cleave and crit, and it's just one shot.
That's incredible. Can you imagine that applied on the Phantom Assassin?
The hero's so broken, dude. If it makes it into Dota like that, I don't even know.
I mean, I assume, of course, the name change was needed, I see, due to copyright reasons, but maybe there might be some tweaks and some changes, hopefully, as we still have to wait and see when it will make its way into the servers. It's been quite a while since I think we've had a new hero. What has been the latest one? Let me just check.
Was Muerta, right? Was it Muerta?
Muerta, I think that does sound about right. Wow. That's over a year ago, isn't it?
Long time.
Incredible, having the Muerta in for so long. This could very well be the longest we've had without the addition of a new hero. But that's, again, I don't want to be that guy, because I actually think the changes within the game that have not revolved around the hero have been massive, right? We touched upon the new Frontiers update. The map is bigger, the addition of the whole Watchers, Twin Gates, the Tormentors, the double Roshampi. That was a massive change just about, well, almost a year ago. Now the facets and the innate abilities. And I think it's a good way of working around the game itself, because there's only so many heroes you can add. Like, what are we going to do in the end? Have 200 heroes? That feels impossible, right?
Yeah. It is, especially in a hero like Dota. It's so complicated. Adding a new hero doesn't just add a new hero, right? I don't know how many heroes we have right now. Is it 120, 113? Do you know the number?
I believe it was 123, and they were either 124 or 125.
Okay, let's just say 124. If you add a new hero, that is 124 heroes that have some sort of connection and combo ability with the hero that you have to take into account as well.
I apologize. I apologize. I just want to say I was on the mark. It's 124.
Oh, yeah, 124. Yeah, perfect. But as I said, there's just so many possibilities, Like, imagine you actually have that voodoo puppet, and then you combo it up with like a winter wyvern or something who forces you to attack the voodoo puppet or something. It's crazy. There's endless possibilities.
I don't even want to imagine like what the interactions would be between like a Rubik morphling agonyms and then the voodoo puppet. That sounds absolutely game breaking.
I mean, I kind of embrace that though about Dota.
Of course.
I gotta say,
yes, please.
At this point, I truly and wholeheartedly believe, with the facets now out as well, and it's not going to stop there. There's always going to be new stuff coming. It is impossible to balance this game. It will never be possible again. There's too much stuff. That's the beauty of it. Everything is just so broken. Well, not everything is so broken, but how the balancing stuff right now is, well, things are too strong, so let's make the other things just as strong rather than making that weaker,
Yeah.
And at some point, let's just say 10 years from now, everyone's. Have you ever played Dota Imba?
I have, yeah.
Yeah, there's gonna be something like that.
I gotta say, it's for me this entire conversation and all of these aspects that we talked about this game is honestly what makes, for me, like I said, this could be a controversial opinion, hopefully not for our viewers today. This is what makes Dota the greatest game of all time, ever, right? Especially as a team game. Okay, single player, there's many debates, and I'm willing to have that conversation. But when it comes to an online game where you can just get out there, find a team, play with strangers, make friends, compete, and of course, esports-wise, these are all factors that make Dota phenomenal, and a phenomenon that's been it's over 20 years now since Dota 1 first appeared, if I'm not wrong. So the longevity of the game was such as Dota, I guess, such as Counter-Strike from Valve. These are proofs that these titles and these concepts in themselves are here to stay. Granted, with massive changes, massive adaptations, but just like in real life, the games improve, become better, they move on to a different engine, they have different versions. Even with our producer before we went live, right, we were talking, Counter-Strike 2 now, that's like the 5th version of the game. Dota 2, but we have Dota 2 on Source 2, which again is a completely different game, although it looks rather similar to what we had 8-9 years ago. So all of these factors, it's sort of like a series of books, right? We had book 1, it was amazing, people wanted for more, and it all combines into this beautiful conglomerate, let's call it, of ideas that make these esport titles.
Yeah. The biggest problem, though, is that with esports in general, right? It's so... I guess it's not super random what title ends up being a successful esports, although there is some sort of RNG to it. It really depends on how much the devs or the company actually wants to push for it, right? But the interesting part is that you could be good at any random game, and one day there's going to be a sequel to that game, and suddenly you're the best player in the world because you spend so much time on the game.
Yeah. I mean, it's so...
Age of Empires 2 is a very, very good example for that. Like, people were loyalists to that game. Don't get me wrong, I love Age of Empires 2. I played myself. Absolutely amazing game. But there wasn't really a competitive scene for the longest time. Now suddenly there's tens of thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars involved. And the people that were loyalists, they're like 30, 40, maybe even a bit older, years old now.
Yeah.
But they're absolutely crushing the game. And now they're making money with something they never thought they would be able to.
It's very curious, like you said, especially for me when I was younger. I played Counter-Strike 1.6, right? And I was good, but I wasn't like good. And then the new version of the game came out, and I was like popping off for the first year and a half, only because I had the advantage over the previous players, which is exactly what you're saying, right? And this is what makes esports much different to traditional sports. When is the last time football had a massive game change? Okay, yes, you can argue VAR. That is rather recent, true. Adding cameras have completely changed the way the football game in itself is played. But on the actual football field itself, The balls have different sizes and shapes and materials they're made out of, and the shoes you're wearing might be different. You might be having a more aerodynamic kit, but in the same extent, that's what esports does as well. I play with a much better mouse than I was playing 15 years ago, I've got to say, and I think my skill has improved and benefited because of that as well. My mouse has a laser now, doesn't have a spinny ball at the bottom anymore, you know what I'm saying? And the sound is much better. Speaking of sound, look at us. We both have the same headphones. We are not sponsored, ladies and gentlemen, but I think Black definitely, so am I, taking any sponsorship opportunities. You can DM us in the chat.
And, of course. Hashtag sellout.
I didn't say any. I didn't shout out anybody. Come on, how can I be a sellout? I just said I'm willing to listen to opinions. As I just want to update our viewers at home. There was yet another unfortunate lobby issue that disconnected us from this map number 1. And Black, let's move it along. Let's talk about something else as we keep on entertaining our audience. This is, like I said,
yeah. I need to ask.
Please do.
I wanted to ask that for a while already. And I'm being completely serious here, okay? So, you are obviously an actor.
Of course.
I don't know anybody that's an actor other than you.
Mm-hmm.
And I would just want to know, as I said, I'm very serious about this.
Okay, I'll be serious
if
as
you
well.
want to become an actor, what's kind of like the route you would have to go? You know, is it even possible to still like pivot in some in that sort of career at my age, or am I too old already? Like, what are like the important pieces of it? Hey, I'm 30. You know, I don't know. Maybe they just look for really young guys. I have no clue.
That is a great question, Black. And there are many paths. And the problem with acting, I guess sort of just like esports, is that there hasn't really been a blueprint. Whereas if you want to become a doctor, you kind of know what you have to do. You got to go to med school, right? It's the way it works. You go through high school and then you do 7 to 9 years of doctor practice, medicine practice, and then 2 years of actually being in there working with the patients and the senior doctors. So that is a blueprint. Whereas acting, just like esports, as you know, and for our viewers at home, there are many endeavors you can find within not necessarily the acting world, but in the filmmaking or the theater making side of things. Because some people really start very young believing, oh, I want to be just like my favorite actor. Like, what's your favorite actor, Black? Give me an example. Other than me, of course.
Favorite actor. Okay, so the issue is my favorite actor, I know, isn't the greatest at acting. I just really like the person that he is, Dwayne Johnson.
Shout out to The Rock.
You know, The Rock, exactly. I know for a fact, like, he is not the greatest actor out there. It's just I love his charisma and I love the persona that he is in those movies. I think he's really funny, and like, I know exactly what I'm gonna get when I watch one of his movies, basically, because he's The Rock. Right? He's not gonna act as any like sad father, whatever. He's just Dwayne Johnson. He'll always be Dwayne Johnson, and he's got the luxury to be like that because he's so famous, right? He might be one of the most famous, if not the most famous actor in the world right now.
I'm gonna tell you this, right? And this is a great theory, and especially if you want to get into this industry, my friend. You love pizza. Most people love pizza. I assume you love pizza. Is that a fellow?
Pizza's great. Yep.
We love pizza. We all know that pizza is not gourmet food. And we all know in theory that gourmet food is the best food in the world. But how often do you have gourmet food and how often do you have pizza?
Right. Well, obviously pizza way more frequently, right?
Exactly. So doesn't that make The Rock sort of the equivalent of pizza in our conversation? I think it's fair enough. But like, going back to your question, there's many ways. First of all is you get very lucky. Someone sees you, they like your style, you fit a project they're working on, and they just offer you the job, or they tell you, come and read for us, come and audition, let us see if you can perform for the camera or on stage in front of an audience. And then, hey ho, you're lucky, you didn't even consider doing it, and that's how you got your first step in. And if it's a good project, you then continue. Otherwise, sorry, I was just reading one of the messages from our producers. You can go to acting school, and if it's a really good acting school, let's say the Juilliards of the world in New York, you go to them, and at the end of the 3 to 4 year course, there is a showcase where you invite the most famous managers and agents in the world. They come see performing you on stage, and if you then impress them, you will get on their books and then do all the work for you. And finally,
Wow.
the last route, which is kind of what I'm doing, I did go to a drama school, but it wasn't the Juilliards of the world. But you start making connections yourself. You try to meet people that are maybe not A-listers, but maybe B, C, D-listers. You communicate with them. You become friends. You ask them what their manager is, if they could put a good word for you.
Basically.
Exactly. And I would say, for the most part, is not necessarily what you know, but who you know. And if you know the right people and then you know how to act, that's how you make the big jumps in the world. You could be the best actor in the world and never get a movie in your life, or you could be not the best actor in the world and have a very successful career.
Yeah, no. Okay, then actually what you said is very true. I can connect a lot of the things to how esports is and how my own career has been. So I guess it's actually a very, very similar sort of career path. And I mean, it's a scary one, right? Because you never know.
It's an uncertain thing. The uncertainty is what makes it very, very hard. And like you said, for yourself, you've been fortunate enough to achieve the most of your dreams in your career. But I'm at this point where all the careers that I love feel very uncertain.
Yeah, no, 100%. But so even though I achieved my quote unquote esports dream, right? It doesn't really secure you. We're probably going very, very, very deep here into life philosophies, but it doesn't guarantee you a great future or life, because truth be told, most boomers don't know anything about esports. Like I personally think I developed a lot of super good skills, like whatever it is, public speaking, confidence in front of a camera, my English skills, leadership skills throughout my Dota teams, ways to improvement strategies. Like there's a ton of things I learned, right? But if you go to someone and tell them about that, they'll be like, yeah, all right, but where's your doctorate in business?
Are you an engineer? Are you a lawyer?
Yeah. So even though I feel I learned a lot and I'm very confident in my abilities, people won't give you a chance just because esports isn't very recognized in the world, and people just don't care, because there's no paper for it. Yeah, you got like a really high placing at TI. Yeah, you won a lot of tournaments. Where are your papers?
Well, this is why we're here, Black. This is what the Iesf is trying to do, and a lot of these federations around the world, they're trying to make esports more recognizable. So there is a future for former players and, of course, talent like myself and like you nowadays alike. And I will actually come back to this conversation at a later point in the future when we will continue the adventures of Vlad and Dom, telling you about some courses you can now undertake to become, to get some of those esport papers. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to tell you, we will be sending it to a break until all of the technical difficulties will be sorted out. Hopefully the servers and the internet connections will be fine, but we will return in just, I don't know, hopefully 5 to 10 minutes with some Dota 2 action for you from the North and South African qualifiers. Welcome back to the Iesf extravaganza, Black. That's what I'm gonna call this. It's the South African qualifiers for the World Esports Championships for this year, and we're having a bit of a downtime. And as always, you've got the ever so reliable, well, myself, Waxon, and Black, wanting to entertain all of you at home. That's why we are hopping into yet another challenge. This time, laid by Black himself. He wanted a rematch from yesterday. I don't know why he would want that. He beat me already, but he said he could destroy me even harder on better ping. So now, not only I lost on my ping, I'm playing on higher ping and expected to defeat this man in, listen here, a best of 7.
Hey, to be fair, I chose the option choose best available server. So whatever we got, we got.
Okay, so we could be playing on Australia for what we know.
Yeah, I have no clue.
Oh, I'm definitely lagging. I'm definitely lagging.
Good luck. Oh, we have like 100 something.
Yeah, that's just great. Thanks, man. What? I can't see that. Okay. It's fine. It's fine.
The spawn hook doesn't work.
He's not gonna get me. I don't even know where I'm spawning. Oh, there we go.
Where?
He's pump faking. No! It's unplayable. I'm telling you. What server is this? Let me see. What are we on? I mean, I'm sometimes playing NA and I have like 80, 90 ping and it's playable. This is like, it feels double that.
Oh, this is so silly, dude.
You thought you were in the Matrix, my friend, but you didn't expect that one.
Phase shift in this game is a bait, dude. It does not work.
I think so too. It's a single point. I think that's why.
Oh shit! Oh, you can't phase shift when you're netted. So when you're netted, you're just dead. Okay, so when you're netted, you're literally just dead. Should we play without net?
Sure, fine. That's fair. Let's go without net. I think that's fair.
Okay, good. Oh! Oh, rearm costs money.
Wait, it costs money?
Yeah, 100 gold.
I thought it's like 100. Oh, well, that's kind of pointless then, isn't it?
What's 100 gold? What items can you actually buy?
Rod of Atos? You can buy Tome of Knowledge for some reason. What is that? Tome of Rearm.
Tome of Arrow. I know what you wanted to do.
Wait, what is the other item, Black? I can't see the other item. Can you read it some more for me, please?
Yes. Oh, dude, I was gone.
I'm telling you, bro. Low ping, high ping. I got your number, my friend.
There's a dandy face. You see that one?
Where is it?
Where's the dandy face? At the very bottom for me. On my shop.
Oh, I can see it on your shop. Yeah, I have an iron claw on mine. Okay. I'm ready. Hop. Yeah, maybe I wasn't ready. How much gold do you have?
I got you.
Rearm is instant?
Yep. I was just waiting for your overconfidence. He did not expect that. As soon as you started talking, I knew you're done.
Yeah, it's okay. We'll play like a football match. We'll do this like a 90-minute marathon.
Too short.
The lag. No!
Oh, you are not.
I'm lagging, so stop! You know what I need? I need the gris or the gree whatever. So at least every time I die, I get something in exchange.
That rearm is so silly, man. What the hell?
I can't. I'm literally clicking away. You know what? I want to rematch. I want to actually play on a better server. This is crazy.
This is so stupid.
Why is my respawn time longer? I'm just dying.
I can't.
Well, that is. You have the Aderless? How's that? What the hell? Got it. Come on, baby. That was calculated, bro. Calculated.
Oh, dude, I don't know.
Where is he? Where is he gonna be? Boom!
Anymore,
Oh, that was kind of wild from both of us.
How
much money do you have? I don't understand.
Out of money, I can't rearm anymore. And oh
no! Oh, that was so close. That was not even.
Oh, nice.
I'm starting to understand the lag the more we play, you know?
No.
Got him! I'm telling you guys, I might just be a pleb, but, you know. No! I'm clicking face shift. I'm not tapping it, but 8-5, 8-5. It's fine. It's fine. The bigger comebacks have happened in the history of this game.
The damn fingers, dude.
This is unfair. This is absolutely unfair. I face shifted that. Pause. Don't kill me. I need to read chat. Oh yeah, we just got some great news. It's okay. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine.
This is what it called the homing hook. It's coming.
What? That was not even close, bro. What do you mean?
Alright, let me read chat. No!
We're playing like most skills at minute 10. Is that what we're doing? Most skills at minute 10?
I'm staying.
There's 2 more minutes.
I'm staying in the corner here, man. Good luck. What's the range? Dude, you bought an ether into.
I'm actually cooking, bro. I'm cooking up. Most skills at minute 10. Come on, 2 minutes.
Wait, how do you have so much gold, dude? Now you have boots too?
Because maybe I stopped rearming when you said rearm is wasting my gold, you know? Like economy, like finances. Really? Yeah, that was an attempt.
I see. You're tryharding. Okay.
That kind of went through me. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for me in the chat. Encourage me a little bit, please. I beg of you. I need all the help I can get.
You're so fast, man. How much are the boots?
I think you could probably buy it. You could probably buy them.
Wait. Boots. Dude, they're so expensive, man. How do you have so much money?
Wait, where do I get? Okay, there we go. Oh, watch this, Black. I'm gonna be cooking you up, my friend. No! I need to get 3 kills in 2 minutes. That's it. That's the thing. Ah, I should have like cheesed the goal, not time-wise.
Oh yeah. Yes. Oh.
I lagged out. I swear to God. My hero just didn't move.
I thought you're trying to bait a face shift. I wanted to give you the moment in the limelight, you know.
I was really clicking. I was like, please move. Oh well, that's a little bit. I stopped it. No. Sit down. I'm not gonna. I'm missing on purpose, by the way, because you said we're not using it anymore. Do you think there's players that are actually practicing Podge versus Black?
No!
No chance, ladies and gentlemen. No chance. 40 seconds, 3 kills. This is like the biggest task of my entire career.
I'm invulnerable.
I stopped though, bro. Can we just like not do this?
Come on. Ah. Woo.
What? Fine, 4 kills will be the differential. Good game, well played, Black. Well, for all the viewers at home that are tired of seeing me get completely obliterated in this challenge, especially on high ping, we are going to update you with what we can expect from the rest of the stream today. Of course, we will be getting our South African grand final rematch from last year between Namibia and South Africa. But up until that point, me and Black have the pleasure to take you down a trip down memory lane to a little over 8 to 10 months ago from the 2023 World Esports Championships that took place in Iesf, Romania. The edition that in the end saw one of the teams be crowned grand champions for the Dota 2, but we're not going to tell you who it is because we will be looking together alongside you, sort of like a watch party of the Game 3, the deciding Game 3 of that grand final. So coming up in just a few seconds, you have it on screen right now. This is it. I remember it was a really rainy day. And again, without spoiling it for our audience, Black, I do remember when the trophy lift did happen, it was pouring, but we had so many viewers, getting their raincoats on and, their umbrellas to support their 2 favorite teams. And as you can see, for those at home that maybe are new to the Iesf circuit, last year the Dota 2 Grand Final was between Myanmar and Mongolia, and it went all the way to Game 3. And Black, if I can help you refresh your memory, not only that, but Mongolia came in from lower bracket as Myanmar was undefeated without dropping a single map up until this point.
Yeah, I remember that very well. I also remember the rain very well and the scorching heat on other days, standing up there with our glorious suits and sweating buckets. But what surprised me the most, honestly, is just, as you mentioned, the support of the audience. Like, people were literally getting, drowned in water, and they were just sitting there having a good time. It's this is the sort of unity and togetherness that I love about esports, because I'm sure not all of them are Dota fans, but they just came, support another event, have a good time, and that's really the esports spirit.
One of the things that will be quite interesting to compare is, normally how the meta has shifted, right? But if I remember correctly, Myanmar and Mongolia played a lot of heroes in that entire best of 3 that are still viable today, and we can see it right away. The Grimstroke and the Phoenix Vengeful Spirit, of course. This will be a support Vengeful Spirit, if I remember correctly. I think SC was the one at the helm of the support Vengeful, whereas nowadays we saw a few Vengeful Spirits played as cores. But it's interesting to see that despite so many big patches, the heroes still feel as good as they were back then.
Yeah, if not even better. As you said, less bans, no facets. I don't actually remember. Was it still the small map too, or was it already the bigger one?
This was the big map.
Right?
Yeah. This was about a month and a half, maybe, or 5 weeks or so after the new Frontiers update. And I like that we're getting this Game 3, although I'm gonna be honest, I think I would have also loved to see that game number 2, because that was a crucial moment in the entire series for me. But anyway, hey ho, this is where we find ourselves right now. And of course, Myanmar went for the classic Black, the absolute classic Soulbind into Roar combo. A Grimstroke ultimate and the Beastmaster ultimate, of course, together. Whereas Mongolia was going for something a bit different, but with this Phoenix that they really loved playing for the AoE presence, the slow attack speed from the Fire Spirits, and the Sunray, which is one of these spells that even now, you mentioned, I think, on the first day of our broadcast, how strong it is with the damage over time.
Yeah, I mean, even now Phoenix is still pretty popular as well. It's just an incredibly strong hero. Any hero that deals percentage damage and has a good teamfight presence will probably always be around in one way or another. But we see the Oracle picked up now as well, which is a curious pickup looking back at it, because it doesn't really, counter anything. It's kind of just like there.
It would be a great hero now, right? If this was the draft now and you had the innate ability of just seeing where the next power rune will be spawning.
You mean cheating? Yeah.
Yeah. If you'd have the ability to cheat, that would be a much better pick from the Myanmar side. And of course, we will be doing our best to not spoil it for our lovely, lovely viewers. As this was a very interesting matchup between these two teams. Because I would argue going into the tournament itself, Black, I don't think. Well, the teams were contender for top 5, but I don't think the trajectory of how they got there is something I would have expected. Like I said, Myanmar completely undefeated, and Mongolia playing some very solid Dota throughout the tournament. But if you look back at it, they were both two full teams. I believe Myanmar was the full squad of YG, the Young Galacticans, and Mongolia was, of course, IHC, the Esports powerhouse over in their country.
Yeah, and funnily enough, a lot of their players now find themselves in very strong international teams.
Yeah,
which is something we spoke about, right? You get this chance to really shine on stage. People, they will like, you will catch their eye, and at that time, what's the limit? Chances will be there, and if you can take them, make good use of them, suddenly you're also an international star.
Yeah, even the bronze medalist at last year's championship, Kazakhstan, Zayat's now part of Navi, alongside Sanctity, who is the carry of the Mongolian squad for this upcoming series that we're watching. So maybe some friendships that were created between players there and Yash.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there was also a nice after party. We've seen, people bond together, have a good time together, whether they're winners or losers, it doesn't really matter at that time. You just want to have a good time together, share a drink, share some stories, share some experiences, and yeah, it was really, really awesome. Like, we were just, I mean, you were there too. We were just dancing, going crazy, not overboard, of course. We want to protect our young esports stars.
It was a good way of celebrating what was a really hard-fought tournament for IHC. And of course, we now see in the camera Forev, the coach of the squad. And Forev has had a really interesting trajectory since the World Championships. I believe in late January, he decided to part ways with his Mongolian squad. And then after a little under 2 months, he rejoined IHC. And after that break, they had a great burst of energy for what I feel like was 5 or 6 weeks, when they were playing some flawless Dota, something like getting back together, and they were getting very high placements in some of these tier 2, tier 3 tournaments. But since then, as a lot of the other teams in that region have turned it up a notch, Black, and started preparing for, the very important open and close qualifiers, IHC has slowly started to slow down, but also on the fact that they have lost 2 of their key players in Sanctity, joining Navi and SC. I believe he's now part of Bleed Esports.
Yeah, and as you said, the entire team, I think, was very reliant on each other. They've been teammates for a very long time, and it's going to be very hard to find replacements for them if they'll ever manage to be honest. They're incredible players themselves, and getting that sort of team play and cohesiveness to that level is incredibly difficult for anyone.
As we advance through this draft with the Ember Spirit, one of the Spirit brothers that I said has currently the highest win rate in high-level pubs, and the Razor and the Mars, and very interesting. Mongolia definitely knew what they were doing, because this was the patch that soon after became standard for you to run these Mars Razors on the back of having the likes of Amar and Malrine in the same squad, right? But Myanmar here, I remember even back then, coming out with his Phantom Lancer. It was a hero that it wasn't played by anybody, and Myanmar only had played it once up until that point in the tournament. So even for us and for them, it was a bit of a surprise that looking back at this draft that they have 8 months later, I still don't really understand the goal of the Phantom Lancer in this as part of the 5 players to combine in what was their final attempt at claiming the trophy.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting pick, because it's not like Razor is terrible against him. Phoenix is amazing against Phantom Lancer. It's it could just be that it's the most comfortable hero. We spoke about how important comfort is. What was their last pick again? I don't remember.
That's what I'm trying as well to recollect what it was. Mars, Razor, Vengeful Spirit. The Phantom Assassin game was the second, as we see the PA being banned right now. Templar Assassin also banned, which is one of the Sanctity specials that they used to run. What was Forev cooking up over here? Oh, the other Sanctity special, of course.
Oh, that hero. Yeah. I mean, this is honestly a super free Meepo game.
Oh, it wasn't even Sanctity on it. It was 423 running the Meepo. Oh, that is very...
Yeah. 4-3 is the Meepo specialist.
Look at the audience. This is what we're talking about, the rain, but they did not care, bringing in umbrellas, covering up for themselves. And the squads were ready to battle it out yet again. I also remember now looking at the player names, Skill Lay on the Grimstroke had such a great tournament, Show TI on the Beastmaster, and of course Zorain on the Oracle. Very interesting how, despite being undefeated up until the very last moment, they still dropped one map in the grand final, and then were back with backs towards the wall as the momentum definitely shifted in the favor of Mongolia. And Forev with SC coming out with his 4-2-3 Meepo, really good counter to the Phantom Lancer and the Ember Spirit even.
Yeah, I mean, it's good against Beastmaster too. Oracle doesn't do anything to it. Grimstroke can be a little annoying, but overall, it's like the perfect Meepo game. And we'll see what he can make work. Because Meepo is a very miss hero, right? You have a good start, you'll take over the entire game. You have a bad start, suddenly you don't really have much of an impact anymore, and you can just become like a walking feed. Although, at that time, with the Aghanims, Meepo was already a menace in pub games.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure Myanmar is they're actually quite terrified right now because they don't have good heroes against it.
Yeah, and we see the Mongolian lads, look at their faces. They're smiling. They were chuckling earlier. They were in a very good mood. Only the Captain SC at the very end, far back, was still serious, trying to get your boys' feet back on the ground, because it's when you're playing with young players, Black, it's often that they get very, very keen and very excited after they manage to get a game 2 victory. So you got to calm them down. They need to focus themselves and realize, oh, good, we brought it back to an equal, but we haven't pushed it over the finish line yet. And that's obviously what SC's job was in that booth over there. Whereas the Myanmar squad, as predicted and as we remembered, they looked slightly concerned on the results of the drafting phase.
As they should be. Last pick Meepo has been one of the scariest things for, I don't know, close to a decade at this point. Like, whenever you see this last pick Meepo in a game where you don't have good heroes against it, you're like, damn it. I think we just got Meepo'd. They're just preparing the game. Lots of water too, of course. It's very important to stay hydrated.
Yeah, of course. We were hydrated by the gods of Storm. Well, by Razor himself, you could even argue, right? And the players were getting some fresh Romanian water into their bodies, as of course. This game will always, this entire tournament will always hold a special place in my heart. Not because it was the first time we worked together on land, Black, but also because it was in the home country of Romania. And it was a classic start, something that we've brought up about this qualifiers as well, the smoked up from both squads. This has been the meta in Dota 2 for many years now. And I gotta ask you, Black, do you think there's a point where maybe you should limit smokes, sort of like the raindrops not having the possibility to bite until minute 3 or 4?
I think it would be very good for the game itself, but they probably won't do that just because it's always very exciting to have early fights, right? First blood early, some skirmishes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the people usually like that, and something that people like to see, they usually don't take out of the game. Because people really hated raindrops when it didn't have a time limit. I mean, everybody just bought them, and suddenly nobody died.
I remember just recently, well, I say that about 4 months ago. So at a halfway point between now and when this grand final took place, I was studying a bit of the VOD here, and I know this doesn't sound credible, but it's a genuine story. And there was a crucial moment in this series, and like I said, it wasn't in this map number 3. It was during that map 2, when there was such a small micro thing that happened that allowed for the what eventually ended up being a mental advantage that one of the teams claimed. As the first blood contest here was very interesting with the paintbrush and show TI right-clicking Ace, but of course the fiery spirits, it's a Phoenix. He's very survivable unless you get on top of him with some reliable stuns, which Myanmar did not have at this bottom lane.
Yeah, until Beastmaster reaches level 6 at least. But at that time, Beastmaster was pretty much just all about spamming
axes,
the
rushing
axes,
axe. Yeah.
Push lane out, pull creeps, push out lane more. And that's pretty much the only answer they have this game. The Beastmaster axe against the Meepo. So if he doesn't get that early and fast, they're going to be in big trouble.
One of the lanes that I was very interested about, I have to say, was that Phantom Lancer lane, because of course it was one of the wildest picks to see in a deciding game 3, and it probably was a comfort pick for KSH. So it's quite interesting to have a Meepo on the server and say that's not the most odd pick out of them all, right? But yeah, I remember we were talking a lot about how this was a very interesting dynamic of the two teams at this current moment in time of the tournament, because like I said, Myanmar had no troubles to reach the grand finals, whereas Mongolia went through a complete trial of tribulations, having to defeat the likes of the United States squad, which should have been the favorites. They had to defeat Bulgaria, which, if you remember, had a phenomenal lineup, and then Kazakhstan as well to make it to this point. So it was quite lovely to see two different teams with two different paths in the end of being very equal in skill, as this Zorain, after me praising him, Caster's Curse in from the future on top of him, giving away first blood. But it's an Oracle, right? Oracle is not a good lane dominator, especially not when paired up with a PL.
Yeah, this PL kind of seems a little random. They want to have it as their late game insurance. But in this game, I don't even think he will win them the late game. So when you pick a PL, you really have to make sure that he basically just wins the game for you once he has 3-4 items online, right? But in this game, that's not guaranteed at all. Which is usually why Phantom Lancer is also considered more of a last pick. It's Gillet's burning, and he will be burning, well, forever, never. Is Grimstroke a hero that goes to hell or heaven?
I think Grimstroke is the devil himself, so he's already in hell.
Is that? Oh yeah, that makes sense. So he'll be burning forever then.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. He's like the artist of hell, or like something like that, or a demon that's an artist in hell. I think that's the lore.
That sounds badass. Yeah, but I kind of want to. I want to be an artist for that. That sounds super hype.
Is this where we're gonna start conversating about what's the trajectory, the path of becoming an artist? or are we gonna discuss about the trajectory of going to hell?
No. I mean, I don't know much about that. I just play a couple of video games, you know. But once I get there, I'll let you know. Okay, like in 100 years or so.
You plan to leave at about what, 150 years old, Black? Is that the plan?
I don't know, maybe longer than that. We don't know what the future holds. Maybe we
Oh,
get some young serum, like some young potion. You drink it and you age reversed,
like a healing
like
salve.
like Benjamin Button.
Oh yeah, I like that. No, that's good.
Yeah, but then you have to make sure there's also an aging potion again, so you can reverse the reverse process.
Wouldn't that just
Does it
mean
make sense?
continuing to live? Like you just live and then you go old again?
Yeah. I mean, I'm a guy. I would love to have immortality, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah. Although it can also be pretty sad, right? Like when
Okay, what type
everyone
of
you know kind of perishes.
what type of immortality would you like to have? Like the sort of the Dota immortality, you just have an Aegis and that's your like one chance of coming back, or sort of like Wraith King where you have one chance of coming back but it resets every, I don't know, 200 years, or just never die at all.
I mean, as we see, Beastmaster in trouble down here.
Well, he was the one to not have the best time.
Not the best time, no, at all. Well, that's the thing with Meepo. He's just such a strong hero in his current meta, at that time at least. Easy peasy cleanup. But I would want to kind of... Have you watched Dragon Ball Z? I'm sure you have.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I've watched all the versions, but yes.
I would want to be like a Saiyan, like you don't age. Like, basically, if you like, I wanna look cool when I'm immortal, Like, I don't wanna look like super fragile. I wanna look like a Giga Chad, like right now, forever. Yeah, maybe even more of a Giga Chad.
Oh, that makes sense. I understand that. Oh, well.
Yeah.
Well, you got your veggies for that black. What else is different for me to say? As being healthy is something that you are very good at. But this top lane, this KSH Phantom Lancer was not healthy at all. Looking at him
healthy, yeah.
getting bullied, and even the last hits he was having at this point, he was the lowest last hit core, and when you have the final pick Phantom Lancer taking it out of bag, you want him to have a good time at least, right? That's why you go for the surprise PL pick, and it was clearly not going in the favor of the Myanmar squad. They were still doing quite good on the Show TI Beastmaster, but he did fall once as well, so he started falling behind, and we start seeing 2k gold deficit at minute 6 is never a good look.
Yeah, especially when your draft is already getting pressured just by the Meepo presence. Giving him a free lane like that is always very problematic. And I mean, there just aren't too many answers, right? Now both of them died again. So pressure just keeps mounting.
And the Sanctity getting ganked by Skill A. Young PH trying to get on top of him, but no Flame Guard stopped Young PH for committing there. So maybe a bit of a mistake in the build-up. On the Grimstroke that was trying to kill you ends up being killed. And yes, you did send the Razor back to base, but the lane was pushed, so he will just TP back full HP into the mid lane. As the Wisdom Runes, of course, got traded. We saw one collected by the Vengeful Spirit, and then the Beastmaster needed to get one for himself because after falling a couple of times, his XP was starting to dwindle.
Yeah, and he is the hero that we said needs a really good game because he's the only hope of ever killing that Meepo once he gets a couple of items. But as you can see in the net worth as well, he's doing okay, but he's not doing well enough to the point where it's too scary for the Meepo.
I remember this TP from Young PH and him falling as well, but getting a Phoenix kill in exchange, or maybe I don't remember this correctly, as Young PH seemed to have getting away. Oh, it was 4-3 with the rotate to enable them continuing the pressure. But I like how KSH and the Ember Spirit of Young PH managed to juke around the arena, but that Spear of Mars was fabulous, and that's what I remembered. Young PH falling in the end, and Zorain coming in to feed his life to the hungry Meepo of 4-2-3.
Yep, indeed. He's getting more and more kills, more and more experience. We all know the Meepo menace. It's just around the corner. Like, games like these must be so deflating. Like you're 8 minutes into the game, you're having a massive deficit, and your lineup is also on a timer. Like, playing games like these never feels good. Because you're in a rush, you're going to rush yourself all the time. And when you rush yourself in Dota, you make the weirdest moves that you would never make under normal circumstances.
11-1. It was quite anticlimactic to see at that current moment, and the audience was still doing their best to cheer for both teams, but including for Myanmar, hoping they would manage to bounce back into this. And there are gonna be a few moments of hope. If I don't remember this wrong, about minute 14 and 17, I think, when they are shining a little bit. But look at this. SC on the position 5 Vengeful Spirit, same level as Young PH's mid laner Ember, completely getting bullied out of his own jungle. It's not a good sight to see, as the steering chains did connect, and again, it was a vengeful overstepping, but I think Young PH had to get out, and now Skillay, look at the damage, surviving just barely, but sacrificing the mid-tier 1 tower in the process.
Yeah, at this point, where does the damage come from? 7k gold behind. PL doesn't deal any damage, neither does Ember, because he's had such a tough lane against the Razor. Beastmaster needs Axe to deal damage. They just have no real avenue of getting back into this game, other than maybe like a 4 or 5 man rotation to kill this Razor and slowly open up the map again. But if you do that, Meepo has complete free farm. And we talk about Meepo being rich. Look at the Mars. Why is his net worth like 6k?
It was all the kills getting on KSH's Phantom Lancer, right? And of course, for the viewers at home wondering, how was this the grand final? I gotta tell you, Yash was an excellent showing from many, many teams, but it was also a marathon, Black, right? It was a long tournament, as most World Championships are. The teams were playing for so many days, and in the end, when you play your best Dota to qualify to the grand final and get to the game 3, sometimes you get tired. That's why it's very rare these days when we see competitive game 5s, or we rarely see the grand finals going all the way, right? It's so often we see 3-0s to win the championship, no matter what the tournament is, be it the international or majors or tier 2 tournaments.
Yeah, endurance always plays a very big role in these tournaments. But from my experience, actually, or my preference also, is coming through the loser bracket into the grand final, because the team waiting in the grand final generally doesn't really have a great way of warming up and getting really into the mood of everything is on the line, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Whereas if I'm winning the lower bracket and I go to the grand final through the lower bracket, I'm already in that mode. I'm completely warmed up, and that usually gives you a huge advantage in momentum as well.
Black, I mean, not to spoil it for you, because obviously you've been there, but that's exactly what Mongolia did. Like I said, they are the team that had those extra games to make it to this point, and it's obviously on full display here, as minute 20, Sanctity had level 9 on his mid-razor to the 5 of the KSHPL, even 10. So Sanctity more than doubling the levels of the opponent Phantom Lancer. Now KSH barely hitting level 6. Lower net worth than the Phoenix. Very, very tragic, as look at this. The double damage back then, not amplified damage on the Razor, to chase down and harass PL again outside of his own jungle.
Yeah, don't let him breathe, don't let him recover. Why would you? Like, again, they just have no damage. How are they going to kill him? He has Avenge backing him up as well. Never going to happen. They're just trying to get their levels up desperately. These games are always rough. Oh, yeah, it's an easy kill. Blink Dagger reveal.
There was no items for Myanmar at this moment in time. It's 15-2, and Mongolia was playing some beautiful Dota, as we see here, and we're doing exactly what we wanted to see yesterday from some of these North and South African teams, Black. Squeezing the map out, putting the pressure, applying it first, taking the safe lane tower, getting another smoke gang, taking the tier 1 mid, getting yet another kill, continuing to farm the map and apply pressure. Looking at this now, maybe a bit of a mistake here, allowing ShowTI to collect all of these stacks with the wild axes. Maybe the Mars posturing himself just in the river might have deterred them from getting them so free. So yeah, the more I want to compliment Mongolia for the way they're playing, this is something that they looked at, and later on in their matches that year changed up, because ShowTI and Young PH got a bit of a gold influx from that.
Yeah, and it's the correct thing to do as well for Myanmar, because again, Beastmaster needs that axe, otherwise they have 0 chance of winning this game. They're actually smoking up, trying to find who?
Well, none other than Sanctity. You were just again. You jinxed it from the future, Black. You said, "How can you kill him?" And just a minute or so later, they did just successfully, as 11 NSC were both of them so farmed. Look at this Mars, 8.3k net worth, 505 Soul Ring, Blink Dagger, double bracer, and the Meepo had the double Dragon Lance and the Blink Dagger almost purchased.
Yeah, but even so, look, there's a 3-4-man smoke to kill the Razor. What does it do? Give free farm to Mars, give free farm to Meepo, and they're skyrocketing away from the rest of the team. Although Beastmaster is pretty close to his axe now, so once that's up, they should be able to still mount the fight. But it's getting scary. As I said, Meepo, Blink Dagger, double Dragon Lance, he's very strong right now.
Look at the rune control as well. SC with 7 and the runes on the Vengeful Spirit. Wow. Part of that, extra resource taken constantly away from Myanmar. It's very, very hard. When you want an Ember Spirit with a bottle, you really want to be the ones doing it. Here, KSH in the low ground farming, big mistake, even not microing completely, allowing SC for the easy stun at first, and then the arena Spear of Mars. Realistically speaking, I don't think it was necessary, but hey, they weren't fighting with Mars for a good couple of minutes, so why not just use it if you want to kill their carry?
Exactly. Very high value target, also enables them to push the tower. Very well worth it. Make sure the enemy can't really get out of base anymore. Because that's also what Meepo is very good at, right? Just shoving in so many different lanes, always making sure that there's pressure. And if you step out of position just once, you're pretty much dead instantly. Or the Venge, wow. A little bit out of position, perhaps.
Not even spotted, not revealed by the... not breaking the smoke, and of course this was post Beastmaster update, Black. This was no longer Hawk that you can just send. It was the circling Hawk already, and 423 wanting to get out through the Twin Gate but making a bit of a mistake. The Spear of Mars coming in time, but 423, beautiful leash, Fortune's End flying in from the Oracle, and in the end, this was the beginning of the comeback attempt from Myanmar as Shotiai killed the beastly Meepo, but the turnaround was there as Sanctity was spreading out the fight, 11k claiming the TH, mid lane Ember Spirit, Zorain trying to survive for a while longer, but will die to the overtime burst damage of the Radiant side cores as Shotiai revealed his position, allowed 11 to rotate, and forced a TP back from Sanctity's Razor, who was still pumped up. Another Link, Eye of the Storm, claiming the life of the offlaner Black. Beautiful turnaround from Mongolia.
Yeah, making it look easy. They had to expend way too many resources on spells to kill the Meepo. And then, yeah, they just had nothing left. Razor runs in. All they can do is run away. But then again, Razor's just so damn fast. Mars is there to disable. Now it's Roshan time. And yeah, again, it's when this is the last game of a match, even the grand final, everything's on the line. These kind of games, I've been there many times. It just feels terrible. Like you feel so helpless, no matter what you try, you just lose. Like I had this experience, the same exact experience. It was a TI qualifier. No, it wasn't a TI qualifier. It was some LAN qualifier. And they last picked Meepo. And I had to play Meepo against Anti-Mage. Sorry, I had to play Anti-Mage against Meepo.
Okay. I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't sound right.
Yeah, and that I actually killed him once, which should never happen. Right?
Of course not.
Meepo completely hard counters Anti-Mage. So I killed him once, and my team was like, oh, maybe we have a chance. And we still lost in 15 minutes.
That's
yeah, it's just so sad. Like even if you overplay your hand, some games you're just destined to lose. That's just the strategic part of the game we spoke about. That's so important, right?
The strategy here was very obvious for Mongolia as they continued on their path of smoking up and trying to get more pickoffs, as we see it right now. Sanctity out of the smoke, but he doesn't care. He is a Razor that had an Arcane Rune bottled up. He was about to pulverize anyone in front of him. And Very interesting, though. Speaking of Pulverize, one of the heroes that wasn't played that much at Yash was that Primal Beast, as another engagement happened in mid. Nice attempt at a debuff from Skillay, but he did fall to the Eye of the Storm, and then you have to sack the tier 2 tower because you can't fight into this beastly Razor and the Aegis Meepo. The Roar turned around trying to escape from Show TI. Was jumped by the Blink Dagger Meepo, net and ace with the Sun Ray to allow Razor have his yet another double kill. I'm trying to remember what Sanctity score was at the end of the match.
Yeah, I also don't really remember, but probably really good because they only have 4 deaths. Well, the only saving grace is that still have their tier 2 towers, so they can't really push into the base just yet, giving PL a little bit more time to farm up some items, perhaps. Oracle, goodbye, my friend.
Zorin was trying to posture up there, and it worked out for him. Fine. You said goodbye, Black, but Zorin knew the strengths and the limits of this hero.
No. I said he said goodbye to them because he knows he's going to live.
Ah, that's smart. I like that. No, that does make plenty of sense to me. What also made sense to me is the way Mongolia killed every single one outer tower, one by one, methodically. Meepo bottom, Razor mid, and 3 of their other teammates farming the triangle, being able to join in mid or bottom, depending on who would get initiated first.
Yeah, and Meepo is probably the best tormentor killer in the entire game. Easy peasy.
I mean, I would argue that at that point in time, Templar Assassin was better before her refraction tower kill thingy happened. And Dazzle, remember Dazzle with the couriers? That was also really good as well.
Yeah, but it's called cheating, right? Like, Meepo isn't cheating. Like, he's just using the mechanics correctly, but the Dazzle thing was cheating. Enchantress was cheating with the Hurricane Pike.
Yeah. I mean, that wasn't for that long in the game, was it?
No, but the fact that you just kill a Tormentor in 1 second is ridiculous. Here's H dying once more. Yeah, the rope, the leash is tightening. You know, no matter where you go, you're not safe.
$17,000 gold ahead for the side of Mongolia as they didn't give the gym a slightest chance. I think they spotted Show TI here just outside of the Tormentor, and look at 423 heading that way, trying to get there, getting the kill and sending a Meepo right away to not give up the potential Tormentor. Now, those 1,400 gold that you get, essentially the Aghanim Shard, could be really, really good. So, Mongolia didn't want to allow Zorin to get his hands on the Rain Shard, or even the Grimstroke himself, of course, with the extra debuff. Look at him jumping. The moment the Ember shows his face, has to get out of there to not lose his life. Another 40 seconds on the Aegis for the Radiant squad. Very, very good. The Aghanim Scepter on the Meepo, 1,100 in the gold. It's one of these matches that is great to be studied, how to not crumble under pressure when you're playing your first grand finals ever.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we spoke about how they came through a very difficult path, beating some of the tournament favorites. And then also just busting out, I don't even know if Meep was called cheese anymore at this point, because everybody knew how strong he was. He was picked a lot in pub games as well. But they're busting out a more unconventional hero and really making it work perfectly. Of course, as a viewer, as a caster, this is never really the game 3 that we want. But it really shows just how well Mongolia was prepared.
Oh, I can guarantee you I was heart black. I remember giving my all for every single play. And I am going to give... Ooh, that was a nice TP out from Skillay. I will give everybody a bit of a spoiler. There is a point in this matchup where there is quite a huge turnaround. So it does seem done and dusted. I don't know if we had the chance to review the win probability according to Dota Plus, but SC, despite having an Aghanim Scepter on the Vengeful Spirit and his squad, there was a pretty big moment when Myanmar made us believe in the comeback.
Yeah, but when was that, my friend? In the next episode of Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, in the 2024 World Esports Championship. I'm joking.
Tune in now. Goodbye, Amber. Now there's 4 meeples.
It's one of these things that, especially for a beginner player, right? If you would hop onto a game versus a meeple that destroys you, it's very hard. But this is it. Jumping on top of 11, soul binding him by himself in the arena, having to get out of there. But look at the beautiful Spear of Mars into the tier 3 tower. One of my favorite interactions in the whole game with Mars, to be able to just stun heroes into buildings. And diving a bit deep there, there's no creep wave. They have to wait a bit of time, but the Ember Spirit has already respawned. So Mongolia wasting a solid 20-25 seconds of that advantage they had before knocking at the barracks.
Yeah, and of course the patch, we still had the glyph being refreshed after the tower, which was a little silly. Very happy it got patched out after.
I think it literally got patched like a month ago for 7.3.6, right? So it was a long time since this got removed from the game. As look at the Mega Meepo, beautiful dodge there to the 11 Spear of Mars from Young PH. Young PH, one of this, as his name says, young players that is very versatile and so good at what he does, but hasn't really gotten the chance to shine in the tier 1 stage. And I thought that after his performance throughout this tournament, he might have gotten it, but not quite yet. As look at the double roar into the soulbind, splitting up the soulbind, and now the kill up bottom. Vengeful falls, the Meepo follows suit, and so is the Mars, and now Sanctity is getting chased down by Young PH's Ember Spirit. And this is the moment we've been waiting for, ladies and gentlemen. The tables could start turning right now if we can get the Razor kill. SC with the Axe will buy himself some more time, but in the end, the illusion, the spirit of the Vengeful Spirit will fall. Almost a team wipe.
Yeah, that's a big 6k goal swing. And again, it's just when you're a little bit overconfident, you know, they got the Rex, so they kind of got the price they came for, but they paid a huge price themselves. Like when you're this far ahead, every team fight like this matters so much. And again, they didn't have to do this, right? I'm sure they reviewed this replay as well and were like, why did we even do this? Because you don't have ultimates, you don't have BKBs. Just wait for your cooldowns to be ready. You even get like a little replay here. You can just see everything is on cooldown. You know, like they were not ready to fight whatsoever. Felt a little bit too courageous.
Yeah, I mean, up until this point, they played the flawless game of how to not crumble and throw a grand final. But as every good thing, sometimes you hiccup, and that's what the beauty of competitive sports and esports is alike, Black, right? We are not robots. We are not artificial intelligence. We make mistakes, and giving hope to our opponents, granted, not voluntarily, is what made this grand final even more interesting, as this was the comeback beginning attempt from the dire side.
Yeah, it's funny that you bring that up because I always found the hardest opponents to be the ones that really kind of feel, how to say, like dead inside.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? They show no emotions, no happiness, no sadness, no disappointment, nothing. Those kind of people are so scary to go up against.
Would you like to give us any names or no?
No. But I can give you another information nugget. Once upon a time, in fact, during the best time I had in my own career, I was just like that.
That makes sense.
Yeah, like I tried super hard to, just get my emotions out of everything. Emotions are a double-edged sword, man. Like if you're too hyped, too happy, you're over chasing situations where you shouldn't. Mm-hmm. If you're calm and calculated, you tend to just make better decisions. Always.
Is there a risk of so let's take a look at what the jump in from the Mars. He also has a full satanic on 11. We will come back to your point in a moment, Black, as we look this fabulous cast from the best play-by-play caster in the whole universe, I would say, Black. Yeah, did you hear that?
Yeah, sounds just like you.
Oh, it was only us that heard it, not the viewers as well. The Mega Meepo was such a pain for Myanmar, not even managing to take the Aegis. They had to use absolutely everything, even buybacks and diebacks, until they claimed the Aegis. And now that 4-2-3 was back. Look at him throwing the net, trying to catch KSH, but look, KSH turning around, and that was a fabulous Inkswell from Skill A for the AoE stun to get the kill on the Meepo SC, joining in as well. And Myanmar was already back in the game. Mongolia was starting to slowly shake in their boots.
Yeah, now it's getting scary. Meepo is not falling off just yet, but he will be in just roughly 10 minutes or so. Like, you had this massive lead, and if you can't close it out soon, another 1 or 2 team fights like this, PL will reach critical mass, and you're going to be absolutely screwed. This is what PL is really good at as well. It kind of forces this uncomfortable feeling on your opponent. You're always on this timer where if you mess up a couple of fights, you suddenly just lose. And it feels horrible to play against PL like that, especially in this patch, one of the strongest carries there is in this sort of scenario.
Yeah, the PL, if you can just drag the game out for longer and longer, in the end, he will be the one taking you over that, that threshold that you're playing from behind. And look at the net worth. He was slowly catching up to the Mars of 11. And his supports were also very good. Like I said, the Inkswell in that previous team fight from Show TI was exceptional. Sorry, I believe actually it's Skill A on the Grimstroke. Yeah, Show TI was the offlane Beastmaster. So the Inkswell AoE stun was such a strong spell versus the Meepo, and if there's another Radiant hero next to him, that's it. You just stun, well, 4 Meepos plus another hero. It's a lot of the numbers on the Radiant side.
And especially that stun is like a ridiculous amount. It's close to like 4 seconds. It's one of the best spells in the game. It also has a dispel on it, of course. It's it has been one of the strongest heroes for a long time. I think it got nerfed quite a bit in this patch, so it's not really picked as much anymore. But, that's the beautiful part about Dota. There's always heroes to take your place. There's always willing candidates to get picked up.
This Oracle felt, we saw Zoran multiple times playing the Oracle in the grand final, and this time around, he didn't even have the chance to pop the false promise. Rather questionable there. The Soulbind here. Myanmar felt way too overconfident here, and they managed to get back 6,000 gold from. They were down to about 21, 22, and they reduced it to 15, 16. And trying to get some aggressive observer words, ending up paying their lives of the supports in the process. But young PH now, I don't know why he showed himself when he was essentially alone, and he should be getting caught. No, wow. That was a hell of an escape. Maybe 4-2-3, a bit too slow on the net.
Yeah. If they lose Ember Spirit there, the game is practically over. So, timely escape. Maybe even you could call a lucky escape as well. But now they're back again. The supports are still dead, and the supports are a very big piece to the defense.
20 seconds, no Grimstroke that we said has the best AoE stun on the server. At that moment in time, the BKB from Show TI gets forced early, but the Razor was behind in the backlines, using the Eye of the Storm and the Link to get them in the perfect arena onto 3 heroes, getting everybody down. Phantom Lancer had a buyback, and the Ember managed to get away, but in the end, dying to a single Meepo, chasing him all the way into the fountain. No buyback for the Ember Spirit. It will have to be a 4 versus 5 attempt at holding the Mega Creeps.
Yeah, Ember Spirit is such a crucial part of the defense, though, so it's going to be very tough to defend without him. He's the best answer they have to Meepo.
Look at that beautiful
Raw comes out, but they just don't really have the damage anymore without the Ember Spirit. Beastmaster getting mauled, no buyback on him.
What a perfect Phoenix Egg to finish off what was an almost impossible campaign from the Mongolian squad, defeating Myanmar. And look at the joy, look at the happiness what an absolute deserved victory for the 5 players and their coach Forev. The lights were popping, the rain and lightning was celebrating alongside them, as this was their first, if I'm not wrong, trophy of this magnitude. Incredible from start to finish for Mongolia. As there we were, and there we are now. The times we were, I think we looked slightly better there, Black. I gotta be honest with you. Yes,
I don't think we look better actually.
Let's compare.
Let's comparison now. Yeah, we look way better now. What are you talking about?
Yeah, of course we do. Tell us in the chat if you think Waxen and Black from the past are gonna, outlook the Waxen and Black from the present. But I like how we still have the same positioning, although we are now about 2,000, 3,000 kilometers away. I'm also still
probably
on
this
side. How far is Singapore from London? Let me Google that.
I have no idea. Probably very far.
But this was a nice trip down memory lane, Black, and a pleasure as always to reminisce alongside you of our great times, ladies and gentlemen. And that is what you need to have if you want to become a world esports champion for the Iesf. Study the tape, try to replicate what Mongolia did last year. As for right now, we will be sending it to a break, but we will return a bit later with the series of the day, Namibia versus South Africa, fighting to show us who is better after 1 year since their previous incredible performance that South Africa conquered Namibia in a 3-0 victory. So a lot at stakes, but we will see that when we're back for more Dota 2 action.
See you soon.
Welcome to the Iesf Dota 2 South Africa qualifiers for 2024. I have the pleasure of being your caster today. Side I'm Waxen, joined by the miraculous, talented, and ever so skilled Black Dota, bringing you the series between Namibia and South Africa, the rematch of the century, 1 year in the making. Black, we've got these two teams out for blood, fighting to qualify for the World Esports Championship. Yet again is South Africa, but Namibia wants to take the revenge. About 12 months ago, on the 11th of June, they have fallen 3-0 to South Africa, but now they've grinded and prepared to show us they've got the upper hand.
It's do or die for them. If they lose this one, they are pretty much guaranteed out, and it will be between Madagascar and South Africa at that point.
Yeah.
So they somehow gotta, whatever it takes, they're gonna beat South Africa. Cheese, I don't know, some special protein shake, salami, pepperoni pizza, whatever works, Whatever makes you play your best Dota, you gotta do it right now.
There they are, the two squads, beautiful flags. I actually think Namibia might be one of my definitely top 5 flags in the world. The little sun is just a sensational flag, Black. Do you like the Namibia flag, or are you a South African flag enjoyer?
I mean, I like the sun, but at the same time, I'm kind of scared of the sun because of Teletubbies, so I'm gonna go with South Africa.
I'm scared of the sun because of the Teletubbies.
Did you watch Teletubbies?
When I was about 3, yeah.
Do you remember the sun?
Yes, it had like a fake, like one of those awfully put in green screen faces. Yeah.
Yeah, it looked awful. Terrifying, even. Or the speaking vacuum cleaner.
I do not think I remember that, but yes, let's now take a quick look at the actual full, I believe, rosters, if I'm not wrong. Yes, we've got the lovely Namibia under the sun of the South African region. It's a Blitz, Dr. OG, Pora, Asuna, and Lai. Yeah, that's what we went for that. We said Wi-Fi, Li-Fi. That's what we went for, Black. I remember. On a great showing yesterday, especially in their first match. Well, the first map that they played versus Madagascar. A bit more quiet on the second one. So this is going to be the 5-player roster fielded to take down their opponents. What was the standout player out of these 5 names that you saw yesterday, Black?
I think in that first game, let me think. I really like the Zeus gameplay, especially early on.
The Dr. OG, yeah.
Yeah, Dr. OG. But towards the middle late game, he seemed a little lost on what he wanted to do, probably because of the new Zeus changes that you really have to mix up your item build. Other than that, Blitz looked quite good. And truth be told, I didn't really think any of them looked particularly bad. Like in game 2, I think they just fell apart as a team.
Yeah.
In game 1, I think they equally just were shining as a team, especially in the early game. They had a huge lead and then just kind of started crumbling in the mid game. Again, something you really can't allow yourself to have happen against the South Africa team now.
And I'm glad you're mentioning the Zeus, because I want to actually go back a little bit and look at the draft that they ran yesterday. It was the Dawnbreaker, the first time we saw the Dawnbreaker in either of these 2 region qualifiers, Black. And the hero in itself, we think it should be quite broken with their reveal during daytime, but Namibia didn't really play around it, did they?
Yeah, I mean, they were smoking usually a minute, 1.5 minutes before you get that full map reveal. So if you really wanted to make use of that, I guess it's not as easy because it only happens every, 10 minutes? So can you really play around that? Maybe you have some timing that you're really looking for. Maybe some power spike of your carry, I think it's a nice addition if you can play around it, but I don't think they necessarily have to adhere it. What I was more disappointed by was actually his item build that we criticized quite a bit. Like, you do need to get BKB on that hero. I know it looks really fun and really good. Like, you deal a lot of damage by buying a Desolator first and then going to Blink Dagger and thinking the shard is going to save you. But it's really not how Dota works, especially not at a competitive level. because people are going to focus you, they're going to stun you, they're going to silence you, and you're in big trouble once it happens.
Truly, it's gonna be very important for them to come properly prepared and with the right game plan before they hop into this game. I want to say, Black, right? Because if they don't, they're gonna suffer another loss, which will be the end of their attempts of making it to the World Esports Championships, and falling to the same opponent and Madagascar would be quite a tragic turn of events for them. As well, I'm now looking at the results from last year, right? And we did have. I'm gonna take you to the rosters because we just went down a trip to Memory Lane to see the lineups that were played in the Land Grand Final. So why not see what Namibia played previously and see if any of those heroes are in the meta currently? Oh, you're gonna like this one, Black. Spirit Breaker and Shadow Fiend. They played a year ago, and now both Spirit Breaker and Shadow Fiend are much better than they were.
Yeah, potentially, if they actually continue playing them, because for the longest time, Spirit Breaker was always quite good. But Shadow Fiend really didn't see a whole lot of play for probably the better of the year. Even the end of the last year, we didn't really see him too much. It was just a very squishy right clicker that nobody really wanted to play. But yeah, now that you actually have the nuking build, the caster build, he's very strong. Very, very strong.
And their counterpart, let's take a quick look at the reigning champions of the South African region's roster. It will be South Africa with Soup, Depi, Grove, Cuckoo, and Adestam. And there's a change to this roster. I gotta say, Black, this is a different roster than the one they ran last year. It's either that or they changed their name. But we did have Cuckoo, Soup, and Grove. Adestam and Depi, I've been replaying. Well, they are new additions to the roster. Previously, they had TKC and Remedy. And yeah, unless they change their nicknames, it's still the same core, but a bit of a different showing from them.
But that doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing, right? Maybe they upgrade it. We don't know. We'll have yet to see. But as I said, my boy Grove is still there. And he's hopefully, in a better shape than ever. I know he's been grinding. He's been practicing. I'm sure so has the team, because they really want to make it to those finals in Riyadh as well, for similar reasons, right? Like they have aspirations of really going pro, being on international teams potentially. And that's just the best way to do it.
Do you think changing players was the correct choice when you're a team that finds themselves at this, predicament of you are almost breaking into tier 3, but kind of still a tier 4 team? Is this something that you should continue, like staying with a roster, trying to grind it out and learn together, grow as a unit, which I guess they have in the sense that they're still maintaining the same 3 cores, or what is your preference here? 5 players until we realize we can't do it that way anymore and we completely go our separate ways, or trying to maintain a core and improve around that?
I'm all for friendship and creating like somewhat of a family atmosphere. But ultimately, it's still competition, right? It's still business. And if you're not up to par, or if people think that they would be better without you, then these decisions have to be made. Unfortunately, I myself also, I've been on the short stick of some of these decisions. Some of these decisions I've had to make myself as well. Ultimately, it's really, especially in Dota, more so than in any other esports, because in most esports, especially League of Legends and Counter-Strike, the coaches have a massive say in who gets to play and who doesn't. In Dota, it's pretty much only the players, which I don't like very much at all.
Yeah.
Because, any sort of personal difference, and suddenly the guy says, I don't want to play with you anymore. Go leave. And you're like, huh? Why? We're, the best team we could possibly be, just because of a personal dispute. If that was to happen in League of Legends, the coach would be like, well, okay, both of you, this month's salary, goodbye.
Is this something that is this something you feel like it still happens to this day, Black?
It does, especially in Dota. That's why I'm really, I don't know the right words for it. Like, it's a little disappointing that Dota is still so far behind in that. And the main reason is just that TI had so much prize money that you didn't really want to invest into coaches because they would be taking a cut of the prize money. It's the most player-driven esports out of any esports by far. Like, even those 1v1 games like StarCraft and whatnot, your team, well, unless you're, of course, not contracted by a team, your team, your coach, your sponsors, they have a big say in your decisions and it is what tournaments you take part in and whatnot. Whereas in Dota, if the players say, I don't want to do that, they don't do that. I don't like this guy. All right, goodbye. I like this guy, even though he might not be a good fit. Okay, you're in. That's why throughout history we have seen so many flops, I want to call them, with just roster changes because they're based on feeling, not based on actual results or realism.
That does make sense. I mean, it does make sense in a sense that it's very sad to think about it that way. But you're bringing up some great points, and hopefully that was obviously not the case with the South African team that right now want to represent the region yet again at the LAN Grand Finals. And we yet again have the opportunity of taking a quick look at the final 2 series of this qualifier, Black, that will be coming your way, our lovely viewers, tomorrow, a bit earlier than the past 3 days. It will be South Africa and Madagascar for what we expect to be the decisive grand final of the South African region. And to end the day, we will be going to the Côte d'Ivoire, the Ivory Coast versus Morocco.
Yeah, the first one is definitely going to be the bigger one. Although, depending on today's results, that last match for Morocco could be, very decisive as well. We'll have to see, but South Africa versus Madagascar should be super fun, especially after what we've seen yesterday from Madagascar. Today we'll get to see South Africa, which is also very exciting because I actually want to see how they compare to Egypt, who have been absolutely stomping their opposition. What are you expecting? Same, a little bit better, a little bit worse? What is your kind of your gut feeling?
From Morocco or the Ivory Coast?
No, from South Africa.
From Egypt. South Africa compared to Egypt. That is not what I thought you were going with that question. I think, they should probably still be slightly weaker than Egypt. I think that's probably is. I think that Egypt is traditionally done better when it comes to the regional matchup between these two. Even looking at the results from last year, the actual LAN Grand Finals, South Africa went sadly out 0-3, whereas Egypt managed to clutch one game in their group stage, ending up falling to Bulgaria and Indonesia, who we both know had a stunning group stage, and we even thought they might actually go as far as the top 5. In the end, they both fell short to Myanmar and Mongolia, respectively, in their bracket. So Egypt also has the luxury, like we mentioned in day 1, Black, of having the possibility of playing on pubs on European servers. Yes, slightly higher ping, but still playable, whereas the South African squad doesn't have that luxury, essentially. Like I said, even if they play on Southeast Asia or Chinese servers to get the higher level impact of reps in their own spare time, the ping is still considerably sometimes felt as unplayable. So that's why I'm giving them the slight edge in this matchup.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. I mean, I do know that the South Africans are also playing on European servers occasionally, but the ping is super high. It's close to, I think, 200. Which, it's very, very noticeable. Brings me back to Dota 1 times, where we had to play against Chinese teams on G Arena.
Garena, yes.
Yeah, on Chinese servers, we also had like 200 ping. I was ridiculous. Even trying to time any sort of Kunkka combos, you're like, miss everything.
I have a funny story about Kunkka before we jump into this first map of the series. One of my friends, when he first started playing Dota, he was playing for like 5-6 months, and we thought he's just really bad at the game. Until one day when we went to visit him home. I don't know what settings he had enabled, Black. None of the effects of abilities were visible to him. So he wouldn't see when someone would cast Ghost Ship or Torrent on him or Sunstrike. For 5-6 months, he would just get damage out of nowhere, but he wouldn't see the ability actually connecting. And then we did notice that he was playing Spirit Breaker or Centaur a bit better, but that is because the abilities of those heroes, they're visible, right? The Centaur actually lifts his foot up, stomps, moves the blade. The Spirit Breaker, you can see he's going faster, whereas any other spell was invisible. It was incredible. I haven't seen that, again, bug or setting since, and I don't even know why that was a thing.
Yeah, it sounds like I don't know. Actually, is it like a graphic card problem?
Probably, yeah.
like they can't render or something. It must be, right? I've had it before, but yeah, not to that extent, and definitely not for that long.
As we are now getting into this first draft of the series, we will be looking at, it's gonna be South Africa with the overall last pick, and Namibia will have the luxury of getting first pick today. Let's see what heroes these two teams want to really contest about, as we've noticed and we discussed. What we've seen from some of the teams are staying not into the meta per se, but this Clockwork is very in the meta, and he will not see the day of light in this first map.
Yeah, goodbye, little robot junk.
5 seconds remaining.
What do you think about this innate ability?
The Clockwork innate ability you're asking about?
Yeah.
I think what's his innate ability? I'm thinking about the hook. I'm thinking about the claws.
0.3 damage, 0.3% damage per point of armor. It sounds so weak.
I don't think it's actually that good, because you don't really build attack speed for Clockwork, right? So if you would have a bit more attack speed,
I think it's all damage.
Sense.
It's not attack damage. It's like literally spell damage too.
Ah, really?
But then again, like 3 armor is less than 1%. Let's say if 30 armor, it's like 10%. You know, it's not that much.
I think it's one of those numbers that they added in there, and that could go like later on. They could be tweaking it, but despite it being like rather weak, at the same time, this hero has a crazy net worth. Sorry, not what net worth. A crazy win rate. As we get the hands of the first Witch Doctor from Namibia.
Again.
Wow. They ran this
yesterday. They literally just zoned 2v1. But finally, we will see the Tiny, because yesterday it wasn't picked for some reason. Here it's busted. It's super strong. Although Witch Doctor is a pretty good hero against Tiny. That
does very well.
Yeah, it can be a big problem for him. And of course, going through the bans really quick. Dawnbreaker, Shadow Demon, Phoenix, and Dark Willow are banned by South Africa. And then we got Sanking, Clockwork, as we mentioned, and the Spirit Breaker by Namibia.
This Sanking ban, man, I don't know what to say. This hero was good for
every
a week.
day.
Got nerfed into the ground again. Maybe the teams didn't read the patch. Are we playing on an old patch? Are we playing 7.3.6? That's why Sanking's being banned. He got nerfed. He got nerfed into the ground, bro. It's 41% win rate. It's just not playable at this current point. And the Ogre Magi will join him in the banned pool. Vengeful, slightly more justified, I would argue. But Ogre Sanking bans are very confusing to me.
I mean, for a Tiny carry, Ogre and Venge in particular are quite strong, because it's the percentage damage and Bloodlust.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ogre as a hero right now doesn't really seem to have a great place in Dota, like, at all. It's so weird.
He feels very gimmicky. He really feels gimmicky. He's like, he's gonna get dumb block level 2, but if he doesn't really pressure you out of the lane or sending you back to base, it's kind of all gone out the window. And we have these offlaners that are so sustainable that Ogre can't really punish them as much as he would like to. So I'm with you on that one, but the Bloodlust Tiny would have been great.
Yeah, I mean, even if you're an Ogre player, I will never understand. As a core, yeah, I think core Ogre has potentially be really fun. As support Ogre, you're maxing Bloodlust level 7, you're just running around bloodlusting people. Bro, really? Like, at that point, you might as well just let your cat play.
seconds remaining.
What if you don't have a cat?
Let your dog
5
play.
seconds remaining.
Let your little brother play. I don't know.
Radiant
Oh wow,
team
very forest
Treant.
based lineup from South Africa. Tiny.
Dude, Treant
and
is huge,
Treant.
man. Look at that guy.
He really is, especially next to Tiny, right? Treant is big, Tiny is, of course, tiny. And Treant is currently just a lane dominator.
10 seconds
The
remaining.
overgrowth as the ultimate is still very, very good. But the reason people play it is because
5
of the
seconds
leech seed tree that
remaining.
you plant. And it's a bit of a heal on the lane, similar to what we'll get probably from the Witch Doctor, I assume.
Ooh, that's a good
Speaking
one.
about forests, Black, the Timber Saw is here
That
to
is,
cut it down.
yeah, it's a great timber pick. 2 strength heroes, 2 super high HP heroes. Yeah, this timber makes a lot of sense. If this was Amar, I would say it's 1-0 already.
10
But
seconds
Amar
remaining.
is probably by quite a bit also the best timber
5
saw in the world. And
seconds
Patch,
remaining. Dire team pick.
Wow. Namibia's cooking. I like this coming up from them, and he deals very good with strength heroes, which Tiny and both Treants both are. You get caught into the ultimate from the Pudge, so you completely suffer. Timber, so like you said,
10 seconds
with the
remaining.
Whirling Death, is gonna cut through anything that is strength based. So South Africa might
5
actually need
seconds
to spend
remaining.
considerable more reserve time here if they want to come back into this draft with something that impresses us.
I like what Namibia is doing though. Like they're really throwing
Absolutely.
in a curveball with those heroes. It's kind of what you want to do, right? If you play against the favorites, make them feel a little bit stressed, a little more uncomfortable. Because as soon as there's a patch, we spoke about it a couple of times, the game isn't really the same anymore. You have to really respect his presence. Now,
It's gonna be the
of
Dire
course.
team pick.
The Shadow Fiend and the Weaver for South Africa said, oh, you want to play counter for counter? We're going to ignore that completely and go straight into the meta with 2 of the strongest heroes, a Weaver including the most played. So, actually, Black, Weaver, Pudge, and Shadow Fiend, as we discussed at the beginning of the broadcast many hours ago now, they are the top 3 most played heroes in high-tier pubs.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah. I mean, in SF and Weaver's case, rightfully so, Patch, people just kind of play it because it's fun. I mean, Patch is always going to be fun, right? I'm waiting for the day where they remove Hook. And as soon as they remove Hook, the hero will, like the play rate will go down to like 5%.
Removing Hook. Okay, please, Ice Frog, if you listen to Black here, don't do that. As also, by the way, Tiny is the 4th most picked hero, so we are getting a full lineup of heroes that are very much in contention over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's interesting that they didn't really get banned. Most of them. Well, all of them.
Yeah.
Weaver
No.
SF is super good, right? Like so much minus armor, very strong in lanes. Tiny already hits very hard if there's a bunch of minus armor on you. Why not just finish the draft with Avenge would have been perfect, but the hero's out, obviously. I know there isn't really any great other minus armor here in the game that would really do a whole lot. Slaughter? Why not?
It's very good, Slaughter. I wouldn't hate that, but Namibia will respond by picking the Lina.
Yeah, we've seen it the other time. Shadow Fiend against Lina.
Wasn't that the
Lina
game that finished in minute 12? Yeah.
Yeah, Lina got destroyed hard. I don't think it's actually that one-sided. I think Lina can hold her own.
I'm a bit concerned.
I
I
don't
think
really like Lina as a hero. It's weird against Tiny because you're quite squishy and Tiny loves bursting heroes.
10 seconds
We'll
remaining.
see how it goes. You can build Lina as a somewhat tanky core as well, of
5
course.
seconds remaining.
Unless it's a support Tiny.
Could be, but that would mean it's a core Weaver, which can work.
Don't you think Core Weaver is better versus Timbersaw?
Dire team ban.
Yes, it is. It is. But
Radiant
then they need to
team
pick an
ban.
offlane that goes well with Tiny, which, I mean,
Slaughter.
there's a lot of them.
You said Slaughter. Slaughter Tiny is the classic combo toss into Slithering Crush, right?
Slaughter can work, yeah. It's just Tiny as a hero
Radiant team
right now, he's a decent support, but His carry abilities are just insane.
Yeah. No, that is a fair point. We'll have to wait and see what South Africa will decide, as they will have the luxury of seeing Namibia reveal their final 5th pick. And if they want to counter it, they've got more than 1 minute reserve time to do so.
What's the carry gonna be?
5 seconds.
I would love a Medusa here. I think Medusa would be absolutely fantastic.
Into the Weaver, though? Weaver that gets like the mana break at level 15 talent tree?
Yeah, it's not. It's really not that bad, because as Weaver you can't really hit the Medusa that much. Stone Gaze, and then your mobility is kind of gone because you have to run away. Shadow Fiend hates playing against Dusa. Tiny can't do much against Dusa. Ursa again. Like, and we have not seen a single Medusa in this region, which is very interesting.
I think here was a bit risky, I'll be honest, Black, because Medusa could have been countered by Lespika and
Well,
Mage.
good luck now. Just saying, if you had Medusa there, that wouldn't be a problem. We've seen this the last time. Ursa was the Enigma. And it was awful for the Ursa. And now we have a tiny Enigma lane, which is insanely strong. Super strong. And then you have a Weaver Treant lane. Incredible lane as well. And then SF mid. Like, they might as well as win 3 out of 3 lanes. I told you before, if that happens in Dota, there isn't much Dota to be played.
I'm just thinking, is Kaiser the position 1 for South Africa?
Yeah. Grove is the support. He's a +4 player.
Okay. So Weaver will actually should have a good time versus the Timbersaw on the lane. With that being said, if the Weaver does overstep and gets caught by a hook into a Timbersaw, you know, there could be stuff happening. That's a bit confusing. And I believe the other day we had a phenomenal push performance, especially in early portions of a map. So I would say that I agree with you on the most part. South Africa just has the easier heroes to execute, right? You blink, you black hole, you pop the Requiem, and you just get right-clicked from the Shadow Fiend and the Weaver. Whereas Namibia, needing to land a hook, needing to combine the Timbersaw plus the Lina to get on top of your opponents, getting out, baiting out the spells, and then turning around. South Africa is definitely drafted to make their lives easier, but that's not to say that Namibia couldn't just come in and completely out execute their opponents.
Yeah, but they will have to do so early, because right now the lanes look very much in South Africa's favor.
Yeah.
Enigma's just a hard counter to Ursa. Always will be. There's literally nothing you can do. You can enrage, jump in, you're still gonna get black hold every time. I don't like the way they finished off the draft. Up until the patch, I was really happy with the draft, but the last 2 picks were kind of... they're okay, you know? You can win the game, but they didn't make life easy for themselves.
It will have to be a performance that will remain, that will make their name stand out in the South African region for a long time. As we see the rosters, we got Blitz on the Ursa, Li-Fi on the Witch Doctor, Dr. OG on the Lina, Asuna on the Pudge, and finally, last but not least, it will be Pora on the Timbersaw. Whereas for the Dire side, Black, we've got Grove on the support position for Tiny, Kaiser on the carry Weaver, Cuckoo, position 5 Treant Protector, Stam, Shadowfiend mid, and last but not least, the best piece in the puzzle, potentially, Soup on the offlane Enigma.
Let's see what they can do. This lineup is very scary. Can snowball easily.
30 seconds.
And as we already said many times, their lanes are so insanely strong. They might literally just win every lane, like at minute 2 or 3 already. Very scary.
Sensing a pattern here.
Is there a chance that Lina takes this Shadowfiend by surprise and kills him?
Level 1 skirmish here, Avalanche maybe? No. Oh, nice hook dodge.
First race connecting, and yeah, no, nothing else will be that impressive taking place here. FICO damage. Ooh, nice hook early on, trying to connect to the Weaver. Well, not trying, successfully connecting to the Weaver, as There's no other stuns for the Pudge, right? So until this Timbersaw gets level 3 or 5 to completely burst out, the Weaver is not going to do much, but he gets another hookshot on to another hookshot onto the Treant Protector, which was pretty much on point. But don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, you're not missing too much of the action as we're dealing a little bit with the... What are we dealing with, Black? We're dealing with your beautiful face, and I know what we can do. We can cast the game off of the reflection of your glasses. Let's go. Come closer. I'll be doing the best play-by-play there is. Oh, what a first blood. Exceptional. If you can't see, guys, that means you need to get your eyes checked. I'm just casting this off of Black's glasses. Definitely not the in-game feed, where... the Enigma got the first blood, but now the Pudge connecting with a hookshot in mid, and the Shadow Fiend has fallen. We were talking about this top lane, but in the end it was mid where the rotation came in from the Pudge early on to connect this kill. And Black, I believe this is what I like to call a radio cast.
A radio cast indeed, but you know, the successful kill in the mid lane required a Pudge TP. And now, you got the Timbersaw, who died. We all know Timbersaw. If you die early, you don't have that much of a lane presence anymore. Suddenly, your early game is ruined. And Timbersaw needs a very strong early game.
But at the same time, you gotta say, you know, the Lina and the Pudge killing the Shadow Fiend mid. This Lina is level 3 to the Shadow Fiend's 3, but the souls will be under full wave of creeps ahead for Dr. OG. And you mentioned him. He was one of the good lane dominators yesterday, just not quite managing to do better in the mid to late game. So hopefully now with a good start, he will scale the correct way. As in bottom, Blitzy on his Ursa is putting a lot of pressure on Grove's position for Tiny. Grove almost escaping with a South, but in the end will forward to yet another Fury Swipe. And Blitzy is diving the tier 1 with the help of a bounce cast from the Witch Doctor for a double kill, falling in the end to the damage of the tower. And I would like to ask everybody at home, use your imagination to follow my and Black's voices to understand exactly the action that's happening on the server.
That's right. Well, I'm gonna tell you right now that Timbersaw is probably the saddest Timbersaw I've seen in a long time. Sitting at 8 CS, already 1 death, getting completely pressured out of the lane. Weaver not making things easy for him. Bot lane, yeah, as you just said, double kill for the Ursa. Not really what you expect, honestly, especially because Enigma actually canceled her own TP.
Wow.
It's not back in lane just yet. Well, Blitz is jumping into the tower again. This is so funny. And down he goes. Down goes the Witch Doctor as well. Double kill for Soup.
Oh man, and you said this Enigma dominates the Ursa, but 3 kills, a minute 4, and 1 assist as well. Yes, he did die once, but now he's rushing this Vladimir's offering, and he will have it, I believe, pre-minute 7, unless you can get a couple of kills on top of her, as she only needs the Morbid Mask to complete it. And last hits up top are a complete abomination. We talked about the Weaver now, also diving Pora. 25 last hits, 10 denies for Kaiser to the 9-10 now for the Timbersaw. And you mentioned this, Timbersaw should be the one dominating a lane, but when you're running it into a Weaver, that is basically impossible.
Yeah, Weaver is a very scary hero, especially together with the Treant. Even if you hook the Weaver, which successfully connected again, mid lane, Lina is getting Dove. Should be an easy kill. Ooh, I say that, but Iesf is also dropping very low. Gets no help though.
Adamstam doing very well, and now managing to take control, but look at FICO damage. Kaiser punishing Pora for overstepping. Now, FICO damage going mid to steal some of that XP while the Lina is TP'd back to base. And level 6 on the Shadow Fiend will be achieved right now, as the Lina is barely level 5 Black. It's a very rough time for the Radiant side, who are completely getting, well, I would say outmatched when it comes to the laning department, as predicted by you.
Yeah, it also just shows the prowess of South Africa. this game is very reminiscent of what we saw with Egypt, right? When they had the Iesf as well. They're absolutely owning the lanes. Might even be snowballing into the mid game. Almost up 3k gold already in 6 minutes.
Look at this
Timber's
action.
also careful. Oh, he actually landed back on the low ground. Not where he wanted to be. At the same time, Wishlock was also going down. Oh, yeah. Early game is a disaster.
10-3, and Lelina now gets Avalanche tossed into Adestam, doesn't even use the Requiem. A couple of raises and right clicks will do the job. Grove gets hooked under the tower, but this is a very tiny hasted on the Shadow Fiend, and I'm going to be switching up to the network to see the disparity already at minute 6. 4k goal lead, win rate probability 86% in the favor of the dire side already, Black.
Yeah, I mean, Enigma's level 6. Ursa barely reached level 4. Witchlock are getting tossed back in again. And you're dead. They still have the black hole for the Ursa.
Hole.
Yup.
This is
and
nuts.
You're dead.
Double kill. This soup is 6-1-2, but Lina's here. She does not have the Laguna blade, and now she's gonna get slowed down by the. Oh my goodness! Another kill for soup. The Lina really wanted to get something there, but minute 7, she will fall.
Yeah, and as you mentioned before, the Vlad is already online. Easy tower push. Wow. SF killed the Patch. Kaiser solo killed the Timber. Yeah, it's just a rampage going on in every lane.
16-3 Black, and you know what I think this is? I believe South Africa was watching our pregame analysis and they heard you ask me if I think they're up to par to Egypt, and I said I kind of doubt it. I still think that I said that Egypt is the potentially better team of the entire continent as a nation, and they said, oh yeah, we're going to show you that whatever Egypt can do, we can do it faster, and they're going to speedrun this game number 1. As look at Pora, level 4, minute 8. It is a completely non-existent Timber, so he has no game right now.
Yeah, it's the same with the Ursa. Same level, same farm as well. It's tough. How do you recover from here? You needed to win your lanes because your heroes are supposed to win the lanes, right? If you're this far behind already, like, where's your comeback avenue? I'm looking. I'm not too sure if I can find one.
It's a hook shot. The meat hook, sorry, into Fountain as they try to get a Laguna blade, and the hooks.
Nice.
Kaiser does not pop the time lapse. I actually believe it was in cooldown from a previous attempt at going on the Timber. So 5 kill streak going in the favor of the Radiant. That's a huge gold swing, 1,000 gold. First thing really going in the favor of Radiant for all. Well, Namibia. As I say that, look at this Treant Protector, does not give a damn. Grove under the tower, Avalanche, FICO damage comes in, but this is a perfect setup for Soup to come in and get a couple more kills with the Eidolons, as Enigma is... Look at this net worth, Black. How does Enigma have 1,000 gold ahead of the Weaver and the Shadow Fiend, who also dominated their own lanes?
Well, he's getting complete free farm, right? And he's 9 kills to his name already in 9 minutes. It's a kill per minute. Very funny. Last time I've seen it, it's been quite a while. Man, Tiny is level 6 already as well. Whereas the other supports are not even 5 yet.
Grove
We have a
doesn't
hook
care.
potential here.
He's going deep. Spots Dr. OG, Avalanche comes, toss on top of Soup, and it's gonna be the Eidolons yet again getting the work done. Light Strike Array connecting onto 2, but will not keep you alive, as this is gonna be a godlike spree. 10-1-1 for the enigmatic offlaner.
Yep, and Ursa being chased by the Shadow Fiend as well. Easy ults, Requiem. Good night.
Aura up top, dying to the Swarm from Kaiser. Outfarmed by the Tiny. Nice hookshot attempt, a meat hook attempt from FICO damage, but doesn't connect onto any target this time around. As Black, I think the morale of the tournament thus far should be pick Shadow Fiend, win in 12 minutes.
Well, I told you.
What?
It's a pretty decent hero.
Okay, they're trying to go for something up top. 4 players TP. They're getting the ultimate onto the Weaver. Can you get one more? But the time lapse comes in. The cast lands a bit too late. 2 more right clicks will do the job. But Kaiser is running away and he's back to safety. The avalanche toss in the backline and the Timbersaw does fall. Blitzy on the Ursa doesn't have level 6 and the blink black hole onto 2 right clicks, left, right, and the 4th will fall. Double kill for Kaiser, who both survives and gets the gold influx from slaying his opponents.
Was that a 12k lead in 10 minutes? Youch.
I don't think I've ever seen a Tranquil Vlad's Blink Dagger Enigma at minute 10.
Yeah, same. I'm very, very positively surprised that we don't see the Orchid, because it was absolute game winning the other day.
Tier 2 will follow suit as well. The Fortify was already used, but the bright side is now you will get another Fortify for the next tower defense. We really need to get our level 6 on the Witch Doctor and the Ursa especially. Not even... My goodness, she really needs the Enrage Black. She does have the Orb of Corrosion in the Claymore at least. But, wait, Blitzy doesn't have any boots.
Yeah, no shoes for him. Hutch being jumped on as well. Easy avalanche. Good night to you as well. I mean, they're all sitting in base, so it's pretty much all they can do.
Do you think Enigma is a good counter to Witch Doctor? Because the Paralyzing Cask just doesn't hit targets, just focuses on the Eidolons?
Yeah, summon heroes in general are very good against Witch Doctor, I'd say. Also, Malefice makes it very annoying to actually use your Death Ward. Are they planning to go high ground already? No, surely not, right?
It's the matchup of Malefice versus Maledict. Look at the blink. Soup doesn't care. He doesn't have Black Hole. Jumps in with the Malefice. Tick is going to die yet again. But look at the turnaround. We have an attempt here. Timbersaw jumping in with a bit of damage. But Cuckoo with the overgrowth. And he will fall in the end. 27-5. But is going to have to die for his sins. As the Timbersaw chops down a tree. And Mother Nature, as Tiny, comes back to bite it.
And they're going high ground.
Blinking for more ahead, getting the Ursa. Tries to turn around, has the Enrage, and the toss. Avalanche raises, and Kaiser, with the Maelstrom proc, gets another kill. 29-5, minute 12.
Yep, and tier 3 tower gone at minute 13. That's probably the fastest I've seen this tournament. Ooh, creep wave spawned, ruining the toss back.
Okay, the Tiny's low in HP. Can we get something? Can we get a connection? Maybe. We really need to get on top of it. Maybe the Dismember on top of the hook, but no. Hookshot misses. Timber chain forward and now tossed in the air. Back to the creeps in the wave. Swarm. Kaiser is a bit upset. Why did you throw him away? I want to kill him. Look at Adestam joining in. Final race to secure the kill. It was actually Kaiser getting it with the final Germinate attack. 17,000 net worth lead Black, and we are looking at a 100% win rate probability according to Dota Plus. 100%.
It's a rarity. Usually it's like 1%. But yeah, 100%. It sounds about right though. There isn't really a whole lot. Like, what can they do at this point? They don't have levels, they don't have items. Ooh, hook on the Iesf.
Nice connection. And now the Dismember, but the toss save still mid Dismember. The Twisted Chakram coming in, dealing some damage, killing the Eidolons, but look at them, they're jumping in. Kaiser doesn't care. The Swarm is tanking the hits from the tier 4 towers. He's gonna have a full glide meter flying to him on top of the Falcon Blade and the Threads. And look at the Shadow Fiend going ahead and Requiem of Souls to secure a triple kill for his carry. Another kill. Fallen Pora up north of the mid racks, and 14 minutes full set of racks collected by the South African Giants.
Yeah, now going to the next side. They have another glyph available at this point, but yeah, you know what they say, right? Like, knowing when a battle is lost is just as important as knowing when to keep fighting. Because this can't be good for your, you know, mentality, surely. Getting mauled like this.
I don't want to even bring up the net worth disparity, as the Treant Protector is the only one not overtaking the Lina and the rest of the Radiant squad. Hookshot was a good attempt. If the creep would have died earlier, could have had a connection. Gleipnir, Swarm, right clicks, and the Witch Doctor falls yet again. Avalanche toss into 5 players. The Raze will do it. It's going to be the double kill for Adestam. And Soup jumping in with another black hole. Adam wants to get the last. It's going to be a triple for him, and the Overgrowth to secure the ultra kill. The Lina
Rampage.
With the Laguna Blade. Really wants to kill and will slay Soup. Now the Usurper buying some time, but it's gonna be not enough as Kaiser steals the Rampage, getting a godlike streak for himself.
Oh man. That's the kind of thing where you really, you know, that's a disband moment right there. Goodbye, Kaiser, you're out of the team.
Yeah. Smoked up. 10 seconds, no Lina, but they really want to go. This is now or never. They have used their fortified bleeds. He doesn't pop the enrage in time and dies to a final right click from Adestam. The advantage is, well, the bright side is you're so far behind. You're going to be back in 20 seconds as a hook shot clears one of the creeps. Dr. OG with a connection of the Light Strike Array, some damage long range onto Grow, but Adestam just forward with the Bling Dagger, completely fearless though. Shadow Fiend does not have an Aegis. Can we get on top of him? They're trying to get in Timber Chain to get the one. Can we get even more as Cuckoo is the next one to fall? And Kaiser, are you overcommitted? Beautiful hook shot. Dismember into the tier 4s and the damage coming in from the Ursa. South Africa, what are you doing right now? You need to drum away. Can you get out of this predicament? Avalanche toss onto 2. The damage kills the first one. Triple kill. This Soup is turning into, well, I guess they're turning into Soup themselves.
Nice re-engage by Grove there. 3-man toss Avalanche. They're making it look easy, as expected, right? We kind of knew that South Africa is super strong. Real question though is how are they gonna stop them in game 2? And maybe that's what they're thinking about as well. You know, maybe take some extra time. Oh, goodbye Patch, I think. There's gonna be a lot of damage coming in. Well, actually, they're gonna show mercy. Are they gonna show mercy? Nope. No mercy. Even tortured him longer.
They're gonna show him the way to Fountain. As
well, not that he has seen anything else this game.
True, that is true. Although he has had a few, like 3 hook connections, I believe, 2 and 10.
Radiant's Ancient is under attack.
Nice jump in. Timbersaw does have the Bling Dagger, but he does fall yet again. And now the Overgrowth on top of Latency. Double kill, mech coming in. Namibia is respectfully relentless. Hookshot into Fountain, and it's gonna be the first kill. Still half a life on this Ancient Black. Tips coming in onto Cuckoo, trying to maybe mentally tilt him before going into game 2.
It's gonna be hard to tilt someone that's winning that hard. Oh, and it was next.
1 by 1. This is how you turn it around. That is a huge goal thing, but look at the Requiem coming in at the edge of Fountain, and Adam has to pop the Yule Scepter. Buybacks coming in, but the base will follow to the German attacks and the Eidolons as South Africa makes, well, I don't know
work.
What this is quick work. I think that's an insult to quick works. I don't know, like this was like. It was impressive. It was a statement. It was a statement to prove to us that South Africa is up there from the South African region itself, up to par with Egypt, right? Egypt has done this a few times already on stream, and in their debut match, South Africa wants to replicate the same levels of success, and I would say they've done so more than successfully.
Yeah, it was a shellacking. Pretty one-sided, unfortunately. But again, that's something we kind of expected, right? Like we already saw Madagascar beat Namibia yesterday, and based on that, South Africa's chances of winning were pretty damn high. Didn't expect it to be this way though. Maybe in game 2 they can put up a better fight, maybe even take a map off South Africa, but after this first showing, it's very hard to imagine that. Like you can see their drafting was really on point too.
Feels like the hope is gone.
Yeah, it kind of does. But no, this is how champions are made, through cruelest of gauntlets, they emerge. So maybe if they can win game 2 somehow, find some weakness in South Africa, there's a decent chance they could take game 3 as well.
Black holes from Soup were pitch perfect, and honestly, I think you have to ban the Enigma the next game. They left it to the last pick, which again for us was a bit of a strange decision anyway, that the hero made it that far. And Soup played this exceptionally well, dominating with the Idols, dominating with the Malefice, dominating with the Black Holes, setting them up perfectly multiple times. And yeah, I reckon you gotta ban the Enigma. I don't know why. I think the Dark Willow was banned. Maybe let the Willow be in the pool. She can't really turn it around as hard as the Soup Enigma. And otherwise, what other changes would you like to see? Do you think, is there any draft we could give Namibia after the showing from South Africa that might make you believe they can, well, punish them? Or do you think it will only be a matter of mechanical skill, which is quite hard to, obviously, generate or gain in 10 minutes?
I think the draft was very playable. It was just really, you know, outplayed. Like, mid lane, they got a kill. But in doing so, Pudge abandoned his Timber Saw, which means his lane was completely over at that point. Bot lane was pretty much an auto loss, just based on draft. So, again, what you really want is you want to win one lane and draw even in one lane, right? It didn't happen. They lost all 3 lanes, and we already said that. You lose all 3 lanes, you can't play Dota. So, yeah, they look really lost after the early game, but who wouldn't? You know, literally every tier 1 team would look the same. Because losing 3 lanes in Dota cannot happen.
It was a good start, at least so we thought, with that Pudge hook in mid, but afterwards, Shadowfiend getting the solo kill on Delina at level 5. The only lane that was kind of balanced was that one up until that point. So hopefully Namibia will not look too down on themselves and realize that there's still plenty more to play for, especially if they want to put on a little bit of a better show in the second game, as like we said, they are representing their country and they do not want to fall as they have in the previous years. So we're going to send it to a quick break, but we will return with more Iesf Dota 2 South African action. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Iesf South African Qualifiers. I am Wax, joined by Black, bringing you the second map of this matchup between South Africa and Namibia, the rematch of last year's grand final, this time happening during the group stage. Black and South Africa, we've been wondering how good are they gonna look, and they are looking as good as they, well, I think they're looking better than they've ever had. Is that safe to say?
I mean, it goes in line with the match duration, right? Namibia, first game was like 40-something minutes, then 30, then 20, now, what, 18? So if it follows the same trajectory, this should be 18 or below.
9 minutes?
17, 16, we'll see. No, but seriously, South Africa's drafting, spot on, gameplay. Yeah, okay, they got a little bit overconfident. They were playing with the food a little bit at the end, but can you blame them? Gotta get some spice in there.
Absolutely. And we are now straight into this second draft of the day, and I'm seeing something interesting here. We don't have the drafts lined up for you, but I can take you through what is on screen already, ladies and gentlemen, and that is the Witch Doctor Respect band from South Africa. I think they were impressed with the performance that Namibia had on the Witch Doctor. Sadly, I don't believe the Witch Doctor got to hit his level 6 at that previous game. So maybe they don't want to risk it. They know the power of the Witch Doctor, and they realize, oh, we got lucky with the way we dominated the lanes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they think they got lucky, but they definitely know Witch Doctor is very strong. And it plays against their strengths, right? They love to dominate lanes. Witch Doctor is a very strong laner. And this time they don't have that last pick for the off lane. So getting that out there. And obviously they don't want to pick it themselves because they have first pick. I thought they just might want to pick it up, but not interested. Maybe some SF first pick. Let's go.
5 seconds.
I mean, Namibia still has a chance to ban it here. The only question
I'm telling you, man, SF is absolute first pick material. 100%. He doesn't really lose against anyone in the mid lane. He can farm super fast if in case he ever loses. He farms even faster if he wins.
Yeah.
He scales insanely well into the middle late game. There's very, very little weaknesses on that hero.
Let's see. Okay, it's gonna be the Enigma ban, right? I did predict that they were gonna ban this out at the end of the first series, and now South Africa will get their hands on the Dark Willow themselves, which is very interesting because I word by word quoted this, but I said this. I said, don't ban the Dark Willow, ban the Enigma, and that's what Namibia did. South Africa really values this Dark Willow highly, as they do get it first pick.
Well, it is one of the strongest fours, right? Very elusive, good team fighter. Hoodwink. Okay, both teams pick up the fours relatively early. I'd say, though, Dark Willow offers quite a bit more than the Hoodwink. Hoodwink isn't a bad hero, of course. But, I mean, Dark Willow, huge team fight ult, can solo kill heroes, scales very well into the mid late game, decent disables. Tough opponent.
And Hoodwink is one of these heroes that can actually pull some interesting turnarounds with the Bushwhack if you're starting to play from behind in the mid-games portions. You get like the 2-4-1 build, and you latch the Bushwhack onto 3 opponents. You get some other core on top of it with some AoE splash damage, and you can catch them by surprise, as we also see this Hoodwink joined up by the Crystal Maiden.
Interesting support to a very squishy backline. So a hero like Storm is very scary, or Spectre maybe if they really want to make it work.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
We'll see. Ooh, Undying. Okay, yeah. I liked it a lot because I'm not a big fan of having a super fragile backline like CM Hoodwink.
Yep.
Again, it can work, but it's just super risky. If any hero ever gets to that backline, these two heroes will just get absolutely destroyed. Now you have an Undying with a Tombstone, good amount of vision. Synergize quite decently with Dark Willow as well. Like you all want to hit the Tombstone, suddenly get terrorized. Ooh, Mars and Dark Willow also ridiculously strong combo. I like the draft, honestly.
Instant response from Namibia, picking up the Juggernaut and the Nature's Prophet. What?
Radiant team ban.
Alright, so they're picking real fast right now.
They're
So,
speedrunning this draft.
It could be TA safe lane or mid. It's good in both positions, of course. Juggernaut is not that great against Mars Dark Willow, I'd say. It was a very fast pick, as he said. It might potentially backfire for them. We have seen one Nature's Prophet so far on stream. At a very rough game as well.
Black.
And
you know, I've been saying lots of statistics, right? The last game, it was the game where they played all the 4 most picked heroes. Enigma has the highest win rate by far, 57, 58%. Guess which hero has the lowest win rate? It's been picked.
Nature's Prophet.
Yes. This hero has an under 40% winner. He's the only hero in Dota with below 40% win rate currently. And it's not 39, it's 36.8. This hero just doesn't win games. Like you said, we had it 2 days ago on stream and it just didn't win. It didn't do much. And I don't know if that's the fact that the hero is not in a good place or that people don't really try it out. But you're now 1 game down in the best of 3 series and you pull out the Nature's Prophet. This is not a good sign for me.
Yeah, and you put it out in the snap pick too. So it's probably comfort, which is a good thing generally. But if your comfort is a hero that doesn't work, you know, it is a problem. Let's see what South Africa ends up being picking here to round out the draft. So it could be TA, mid or safe lane. We know that. I still think Storm Spirit is ridiculously strong here.
Storm for South Africa would be
Primal
unbelievable. Oh, okay.
We haven't seen that in a long time, but it fulfills a similar role as Storm Spirit does. You just kind of go through everything into the backline. Prophet hates playing against you. However, Crystal Maiden is one of the best heroes against you. You have a massive slow and a frostbite, of course.
10 seconds.
That's if the primal doesn't get on top of you, right?
5 seconds remaining.
And they needed some sort of BKB disable, right? So it's good against Juggernaut. Monkey King against the Primal Beast.
It's gonna be a very equal matchup in theory. I still think the Primal has a slight advantage, despite the Monkey King using the Jingo Mastery to punish that. And I think the reason why we see Primal here and not Storm Spirit Black is the fact that the Storm Spirit does need a bit of time to get those items, so he can go for the the longer jumps. Whereas Primal Beast doesn't really need that. He gets level 4. He's got 1-2-1 build, and he's diving you under the towers without any problem. And South Africa realized, look, guys, we won 18 minutes. Our Storm would shine at minute 25, but are we even gonna get to that point? Let's just try to do our best and punish, the difference of potential skill between us and their opponents.
Yeah, might very well be the case. Primal Beast, of course, ramps up much faster. We'll see. I haven't seen Primal Beast in quite a while, especially in pro games.
Neither have I. It's not been something that players have been going for lately at all, I would say. So, especially with this Monkey King matchup, he could get punished, right? And we got a Crystal Maiden, Hoodwink, even the Nature's Prophet that could come in and TP in with the assist if necessary. So, there are catch potentials to set up for kills.
Wait, so just to go through this really quick, it is an offlane Prophet, right? Against the TA Undying. That sounds very hard. Then you have a Juggernaut. Yeah, and then you have a Juggernaut against Dark Willow and Mars. That sounds really hard as well. So they might be losing 2 lanes again, but the mid lane Monkey King, he might be able to do a lot of work in this game. Because the lane is not that easy for Primal Beast.
That was unexpected.
Oh, poor baby.
Let's go. We are underway. Look at that smoke there. It's a second 55 before the game. They're already invading the dire triangle and they're gonna go for it. This is what I wanted to see. The trample is gonna be on top. Sorry, it's the 1 slot of Lifeline. The Crystal Maiden will fall. We wanted to get it claimed by Soups Mars, but it's gonna be Kaiser with the first blood.
That is a huge amount of gold already going to the TA. Not what you want to have happen, especially if it is Nature's Prophet.
Tips already towards Cuckoo. Maybe he was the one to call that beautiful play that enabled them to start off on the high horses right off the bat.
Let's see the rune split. It should just be a 2-2, probably. But still, a decent amount of lead towards the South Africa team. Now, let's see how Nature's Prophet does. Maybe he'll surprise us and do really, really well in the lanes, but I'm
reluctant to
expecting
believe
too much.
that. Yeah.
The hero is... It's not weak. Like, we've seen Sprout. It's a decent heal.
It's a good nuke. It's a good nuke.
Damage. Yeah. But is it really enough? Especially against a hero like TA, who might not even care about the nuke because we got Refraction.
We also have this classic combo up top for the side of Namibia, which is great. They've got the Juggernaut Crystal Maiden, right? This is one of the original lane dominators, Frostbite into Blade Fury. And I mean, they could kill this Dark Willow, and we see already a Frostbite coming in on top of Grove. And they're trying to go for it. The damage is flying in. A Blood Grenade would have helped with slowing them down. Fairy Fire and Stick. Blood Grenade turnaround. Soup does get Frostbited though.
Yeah, it's a very fragile lane at top for the Dire. But of course, Dark Willow, until she gets some levels up, she's also pretty fragile herself. And what happened to Prophet? Like, his base damage is horrendously low.
I think because that was one of the reasons why he's so strong for a long time. And it's gonna finally be another kill going for Kaiser, as FICO Damage really thought he had a chance of punishing the Undying, but it's in the name Black. It is very hard to kill this man.
Yeah, he was actually just about to die before he got a DK out, which brought him back to 100 plus health. So well played by them once more. I'm going for Kaiser as well, the Blood Grenade, but invisibility is invincibility. Easy melt.
Up top, this Juggernaut has 3 last hits, and now his creeps are under the tower of Soup, so he will continue to have a great lane on this Mars. Grove, kind of contesting the pull there, allowing his Mars to pull the wave under the tower. A couple of missed last hits from this Mars, but he's already had 7 denies. So we see from Adamstar in mid with 6 denies. Grove overstepping, being punished by the expected Frostbite into Blade Fury. Bottom as well. Taker shot. Okay, that was a lot of good damage, and now Pora has to just completely get out of there. FICO Damage will be, well,
ooh,
not so
3
lucky.
HP on him.
He needs to go back to base, I believe. Unless he was brought back a salve, I don't think you can just heal up with Tango here. You're going to waste so much time. Oh, Crystal Maiden up top, Li-Fi. Getting a bit too close for comfort, and now, oh, the beautiful Shadow Realm to secure the second right click to claim Blitz's courier. Nice dodge. That was a very good play from Dr. OG with the Mischief, and now with the Jingle Mastery fully stacked. Get him Adam lower and lower. I don't think you want to dive this though.
Yeah, Primal Beast has a lot of potential to turn things around always. So you need to be very sure that if you want to go aggressively on him, you actually have what it takes to kill him. How's Kaiser looking? He's pretty low himself, but getting a healing self, so should be up to speed, no problem. I like what Namibia did though. Like, they made things very simple for themselves. Like Juggernaut, CM, even if it's not the best in the meta or the easiest, as we see a mid lane dive actually. Oh, it's not that easy.
Oh, goodness gracious. This Monkey King needs to get out of trouble, and he turns around with a beautiful, fully charged Jingle Master and a double wave of creeps healing himself up. And this game is looking a lot better for Namibia, including the Juggernaut topping the network chart currently.
Ah, Steam has to be careful though. She's getting beaten up again. No boots on the master. I don't think he can reach.
But they can reach FICO damage bottom on the Hoodwink, as this Undying has been such a pain, a thorn in the side of the bot lane with the Tombstone, slowing down the Hoodwink, who doesn't even have a point in Scurry. That's why he does get caught. Also, Wraithband on support Hoodwink as Dr. OG in mid. Nice heal up, tries to turn around, the Juggernaut falls up top, but Dr. OG is playing this Monkey King to the very limit. Very, very good. But Blitz, man, you can't die solo without your CM. You gotta go behind the tower and just wait for your support to join up with you.
Yeah, he's having a tough game once more. 18 CS. Fire picked up his boots at least. Ooh, they're going on him again straight away. Half HP. Oh, Grove, of course, there's Shadow Realm. Playing with fire here.
Blitz, one more right click would have done the job, but now the Shadow Realm and the turnaround, the right click from Soup and the long range one. Another kill for the Mars as live fight TP's in. He's not even full HP, but will get speared back. And Soup doesn't want to really jump in before he gets his spells off cooldown. Dark Willow, though, very low in HP, and they do manage to claim the Crystal Maiden in the end. Once again, 7-2.
But still, Nepo fleet isn't really that big at all. Just 1k, so there's still a lot of Dota to be played. But yeah, we can slowly see, you know, the chinks in the armor of Namibia. Oh, he's diving mid lane. Not level 6 yet. Ooh, careful. Nice.
Mid. Great play. Sidestep. Adam does fall in the end. Dr. OG getting a bit of payback from that game number 1, as he is looking very, very good on this Monkey King, topping the net worth chart. Also 12-9 for him. But again, Black, this is a Monkey King into a melee matchup. He should be dominating.
Yeah, but it's very good that he actually manages to, because the Primal Beast is a big tempo setter for the Radiant side. The fact that he's, you know, having a tough game means the mid game should be a little bit slower for them. Well, I say that, but Mars is having a great game himself, so maybe that's not that true.
What is the build-up that you want to see from this Templar Assassin? Do you want to see the classic Dragonlance into Blink Shard, or would you like her to maybe go for a BKB earlier on?
I would also see an early Deso. Yeah. Oh, nice quelling. What?
Hasted. Unbelievable quelling, but didn't connect to it. Okay.
Yeah, that was very interesting.
Maybe he okay, I get it. Adastar was afraid of getting the Jingle Masters were 3 stacks already, so there was a chance to get it again. Look, Dr. OG, nice mischief dodge as the Juggernaut is falling. Cuckoo, can you die? Yes, he will. Now the turnaround onto Adamstar. Dr. OG is doing a very good job here. One more Jingle Master stack on the Primal Beast to do the job, and he's coming in, but the Pulverize is available and knocking the Doctor into the ground.
That was very close, but he overstayed his welcome a little bit there. He didn't really have to do that. Oh, Blitz here top again. That's gonna be spear follow-up. Bong.
He just died.
More than enough damage to kill him again.
Yeah, TPing back-to-back into back-to-back deaths. TP's in cooldown, not a good look.
Ooh.
Really trying to get out of there.
Coming in, actually making it alive. Very well done by them. Of course, there's a lot of heroes committed, but you gotta get your Juggernaut back into the game. Oh, no.
We're still Juggernaut. Okay. Happens to the best of us. Grove will fall in the end, but does it really even matter when you sacrifice the support for an carry? And look at Adastar. He's got a shield on the Primal Beast, cutting the trees down, and Onslaught on top of Nature's Prophet. This is it's very similar to what we saw from them in game number 1, but Namibia has a bit of a better showing with Dr. OG. He's gonna jump down onto Soup. There's no arena available, but the spear connects, and now the Pulverize 1, 2, 3, and okay, Blood Grenade flying in, throwing around a Boundless Strike, but Dr. OG, can you sustain yourself enough in this? One more right click, and he will fall to the Spear of Mars, as FICO damage tries to get out of there with the Hoodwink without falling as well. There's not enough catch, but the Onslaught will be committed. Brambles as well on FICO damage. The Sprout trying to keep the Hoodwink alive. And Dark Willow will not have the vision to get the kill, as Li-Fi, on the other hand, won't be as lucky as the Crystal Maiden. Actually, no, he's the Crystal Maiden. As lucky as the Hoodwink, I meant.
You got Arena, not a whole lot you can do as a level 4 CM. Mars is building up to his Blink, 500 gold away. So once that's online, game should get a little bit faster. But now we can... Oh no, Monkey King just died and TP'd back in again. They need to play more together around as a unit. That's where they found the most success this game, and they really just keep doing that. Because the game is kind of crumbling again. Now 5k gold lead. Just 2 minutes ago it was less than 1k.
Minute 10, 14-6. It's looking a bit better than before, but not for this Hoodwink, who survived a few seconds ago, but I don't think he's going to be as fortunate this time around. No, nice curry into the tree line. Very good, and now they're trying to get the turnaround onto Grove or to Soup. They're both below half HP. The Frostbite connects onto the Undying, but will pop the Tombstone. Cuckoo is going to fall first, but zombies will start coming through. Another Spear of Mars commits, but oh my goodness, FICO damage and Li-Fi fall, and now Onslaught from the Adestam. Amplified damage on the Nature's Prophet will not do anything. And that was a good start for that skirmish from Namibia.
It was indeed. Temple Assassin, nice TP out on the bot lane as well, making an easy escape. Namibia really needs probably +1 or 2 every fight they take. Unfortunately, they're always being outnumbered just a little bit. South Africa just faster than them. You know, they're thinking about the next move a little bit quicker, and they're just more prepared. Each and every one of them. Shadow Realm, of course. Dark Willow is pretty much untouchable when it comes to Juggernaut and Monkey King. Ooh, they saw him on the tree.
Nice attempt, tried to mid.
Brutal.
Connecting onto Cuckoo mid as well, Black. They're trying to get something in exchange, but the Monkey King has fallen, and now Blitz will be dying as well. Position 1 and position 2 of the Dire side. It's gonna be rough as we get a double kill for Soup. Yet again, I think like Soup has been using this God's Rebuke so well in this first 12 minutes of the game. It's very impressive stuff from him.
Yeah, he's very comfortable on the Mars. Obviously, also on the Enigma. Just seems to be an overall very decent player.
Absolutely.
Dying, overstepping maybe a little bit. He's very tanky though. Oh, he's baiting him very well.
Or another Spear of Mars into the tower, and it's just a Soup show, ladies and gentlemen. FICO damage tries to sharpshooter herself for reposition, but the Bushwhack will come in. It doesn't matter. Cuckoo claims the kill with yet another beautiful nuke usage at decay. Now Dr. OG gets a bundle strike on 2, needs to get one more Jingu stack, but they are so speedy. Jingu connects. Cuckoo, can he fall? And a Spear of Mars, pitch perfect from the low ground to the high ground to save his support. Cuckoo's still alive, and now the Brambles are there. We're trying to pump fake a terrorize Grove left, right, and center. The Juggernaut will come in alongside the Nature's Prophet, and I think this might be the 2 supports falling terrorized though, keeping the Dark Willow alive. Dr. OG, it's a very spread out fight, but we have FICO damage coming in. Can we land something to slow down? Double Spear of Mars, and now Adestam coming in, has the pulverize if needed, but the Onslaught and the Trample will get another double kill, so it's a 3-4-2 in the end to complete this team fight.
You can really tell that South Africa is having fun with this one. Constantly going back in with like 200 or 300 HP. You know, exploring their limits. And still coming out ahead on these fights. Must be very, very good for them. Now, Kaiser is going for the Desolator. Almost has it, 700 gold away. Mars is just filthy rich, going for the BKB next. Very nice build up there. Blade Mail into, of course, Eternal Shroud. A must-have pickup nowadays on Primal Beast. And we see a smoke into the jungle. Oh, they're seeing the Monkey King again.
Smoked up, pop Tombstone. Pora has TP to his death, most certainly. Nice Bushwhack, allowing the Nature's Prophet to TP out. Okay. That was a very beautiful play from FICO damage, but they really want to get on top of this Crystal Maiden with the Bedlam. You talked about the pairing Black. is such a strong one, but the Tombstone does get killed. A little bit of a gold influx for Dr. OG as Adestam gets the double kill, diving the tier 2. Dr. OG turns around 1v4, gets the heals up, but in the end will fall to the unstoppable god, Mars himself. 9-1 and 12. Identical scoreline to what he had last game, I believe. I think it was 9-1 and 9, but very, very similar.
He's doing very well for himself, for sure. We should be having a small, tiny replay here of the fight again. Yeah. Actually, the monkey can get caught on the side, while the hoodwink just gets destroyed by the primal beast. Just overall, they're all over the place, and their targeting seems to be really on point. Like, they're not really overusing any abilities for any... Here they don't have to. And now Blitzy at the Ancients. Pulverize, probably. Not even. He's not even moving. He knows he's dead.
He wanted to get the final Ancient Granite Golem, but oh, FICO damage. Nice juking around the Brambles. That was kind of beautiful to see, but again, the onslaught in the back tower, Frostbite, and the Terrorize doesn't connect quite yet in time. They're really trying to get on top of this Primal Beast, and they managed to do so with the break. It's going to be a godlike streak taking for Dr. OG, and if they can get away without losing anybody else for Namibia, this might be the first time the gold swings slightly in their favor.
Yeah, Dr. OG being caught though. He's gonna get focused by every hero. Can he life leech through it?
He's doing his best with the sustain from the Nature's Prophet Sprout, but yeah. Not strong enough, as we have the first Omni Slash, I feel, in this game, getting the kill onto the... Wait, nobody died. What was the Omni Slash onto? Anyway, it doesn't matter, as Blitzy turns around and finally gets a right-click kill onto Grove. Soup still final rare miss of the Spear of Mars with a tip jokingly between the supports and their offlaner.
You say jokingly, but you don't know that.
Yeah, true.
They might be like... What the hell are you doing, man? How did you miss that one? It was a freebie. Nah, I'm sure they know that they're really far ahead once more. Probably having a good time with it. TA is even going for Desolator straight away after that blink. Pure offense. I mean, there's no problems if you just kill all your enemies, right? Oh, Undying, getting mauled a little bit. One more hit. Barely survives again.
This Undying, man, this is unbelievable. A Blitz also gonna be walking into his death. Oh, nice break. The Pulverize will be in cooldown for 25 seconds because of the Bushwhack, and this is still 5 versus 5 as the break is coming through. They're really trying to get something here. They've get the Crystal Maiden, but he's traded for the Dark Willow. This could be a really good fight from Namibia, as we see the Nature's Prophet getting right-clicked to death by both the Undying and the Mars Sprout. Oh no, it's not gonna be enough. Blitzy coming in. Bladestorm, but look at Kaiser. We haven't seen the Templar Assassin in a good moment, and now she is here. She has arrived. She's got a Dezo Dragonlance, and she is melting everybody with a triple kill.
Yeah, at least Dr. OG managed to kill the Undying on the backlines, giving him some levels and gold. Yeah, the overall picture of this game is looking pretty bleak. Kaiser is just absolutely filthy rich. And so Soup. His BKB's coming. It's tough. South Africa looks more than prepared for all these qualifiers.
Minute 18. And Namibia doesn't seem to really want to give up. Call the GG, so this will be a longer game. Perfect Spear of Mars there. And look at the Templar Assassin. She is not an assassin. She's an outright cold-blood killer. And now the Mars Arena. Perfect combination. But Dr. OG tries to keep himself alive. And now, good attempt at keeping himself alive with the Omni Slash and dealing some damage, but not sufficient, as this Templar Assassin is in for more. The Orchid does come in, but the Bushwhack will keep her down. Look at the Hoodwink running in the opposite direction of his base to try and keep himself alive. It's a full team wipe and 26 kills advantage for the Radiant.
Yeah, it's a toughie. Hurricane Pike now also being worked on by the TA. As we look through the replay again real quick, nice arena. The whole Omni Slash went onto the bulwark of the Mars, which is less than optimal, of course. And then after that, they can just dive, do whatever they want. Again, Nature's Prophet as a hero just doesn't really feel impactful. When you compare him to a Mars, just like a night and day. The impact they can have in a team fight. Oh, nice drawing on the map. Grove is like, finish this damn game. Draws a massive arrow towards the bot lane.
We got a Maelstrom on this Juggernaut and a Blade of Alacrity. So, yeah, I'm just updating everybody. Bushwhack connecting on Templar Assassin. She does not have an Aegis, but has another refraction in just a second. Dark Willow getting lower and lower in HP. This Undying is also dying to Pora up top in the dire jungle. And now the Maelstrike crit.
Damage, man.
2, 3, 4. And it's going to be enough for Kaiser to get a Wicked Sig as up top lane. The Pulverize on top of Dr. OG will get the kill. And Soup, another one on the offlaner. Look at the Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, just casually getting one tap. And FICO damage is like, oh, if I don't breathe, they won't know. Oh, they know.
Did they? Oh, what a perfect trap. That was a perfect trap placed. Oh, man.
Ow.
Radiant's
Ow,
middle
ow.
tower is under attack.
Godlike.
Yeah. That looked painful. Well, TA is most certainly doing TA things. Double damage rune up top. See if the Mars is gonna snag it or give it to the TA for a potential Roche.
Dire's bottom
And last game they didn't even take Roche. They just went straight for the GG. Let's see what they do this game.
Dr. OG seems to want to pop the Wukong's command. I don't know. I don't remember if we've
Kaiser.
seen one yet.
Careful, man.
What is going on? Live fight, double right click will do the job, but now the Wukong's command coming through and connecting onto the Templar Assassin, forced us out and the safe from the Tombstone, Undying with the shard. Dr. OG really trying to get some work in, but the BKB on the Mars is more than enough to put him up in front and allow them to get something. It's an amplified damage on the Primal Beast and more right clicks on top of Blitz to get Kaiser another triple kill, 14-1 and 4.
Yeah, making it look very similar to game 1. Although Namibia is holding on for a little bit longer.
Dire's bottom tower has
The result seems all but inevitable at this point. Nature's Prophet getting charged again as well. Ooh, are they gonna fountain dive? They don't have Mars Arena, so they probably have to wait for that to really, dive the fountain. That's another Rex down. Minute 21.
The Acre shot is so annoying to play against, honestly. Just bouncing and slowing them down when they want to just get closer to the objective, Black.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it doesn't really have any oomph this game. Ah, damage through the Blade Fury. Now Li-Fi. More like Die-Fi.
Or more like life by.
Sure, it also works. He's gone.
I mean, it's just so much better. What do you mean instead of life by? Come on.
No, it's not that much better.
Okay, fine. Look at this.
It's okay.
Man.
Yeah. He got melt struck and he disappeared into nothingness. Dr. Oji's like, well, I'm having a good view up here.
Radiant's top tower is under
I mean, he's got front row tickets to this, assertive domination performance. Oh, Wukong's command and Boundless Strike and hopping out and hopping in and is still there, but not for much longer as the damage over time does come.
Look at their health pool. They're playing so cocky. It's insane. I love it though. I love it.
Blitz really wants to get there. Oh, look at Pora. What a play. I don't think it's going to work out. Orchid coming in just in time, but the Blade Mill and the TP out. Pora, you gotta get out. Success.
Oh, he couldn't pulverize him because he was Orchid. Nice play by... Oh! Grove gets shot in the butt.
Instant
and
buyback.
says, I don't like that, yeah. He does not like that.
Full team tip. Well, everybody on the server is tipping Grove right now. And Black, can we tip him? Are we in game? Do we have tip access if we are spectators? No, we don't.
No, we don't, unfortunately.
Can you imagine? You just get tipped by the observer.
Wait, Grove is going in again. All by his lonesome. Now his team comes.
Look at the Mail Strike from the high ground. That was one click, and the second was an unnecessary double kill for a Templar Assassin. This Juggernaut just falls to the Bedlam, and the Mars Soup has another shield rune. FICO damage falls as Kaiser gets, I believe, his 5th triple kill, maybe 6th at this point. He's 18-1 and 20. So Sorry, that is the Mars. Soup is 18-1-20. The Templar Assassin has a measly 19-1-6. 59-16 kill advantage for the South Africans.
Yeah. Coming in with a message. I hope Madagascar's ready. They're gonna have to be. This looked very, very convincing. And they're not even playing that seriously, you know, South Africa. They're really having a good time with it.
Themselves, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, do you think Madagascar's shaking in their boots?
I think they're shaking. Everything is shaking. Their boots and everything. Look at the arena. The rare Spear of Mars. Soup's just tanking and now taking the Jug outside of the base. Crystal Maiden dies. That was a buyback from the Blitz. Jug, that's a dieback now. And look at Dr. Oji trying to get something with the Wukong's command. Can he connect onto any target to get at least one more on the board? He's trying to survive. He's trying to turn around. 1 versus 4. He does fall. And it's only gonna be, well, the end of their attempt to qualify to the World Esports Championships, Black, as Namibia has now fallen in 2 of these games, meaning they are no longer mathematically possible chances for them to qualify.
Yeah, they are out. Now it's between South Africa and Madagascar, which we'll be covering tomorrow. But yeah, it was an unexpected result. Didn't expect it to be that one-sided, to be honest. But yeah, that just happens sometimes in Dota, you know, especially in this patch. It can get very snowbally. It's unfortunate to go out like this. It must, yeah, not feel very great, obviously, but South Africa is just a class in
above
themselves, you know. Yeah, they're crazy good. Again, I know Grove. He's a good friend of mine, very high MMR player as well, and you can tell, like, the whole team was feeling themselves. What can we say? Right? Great performance.
Good game, yeah. I mean, I like how we were, personally, since yesterday after seeing Madagascar play, we knew that was going to be the grand final between them and South Africa, and I really hoped they might be a contender, but I gotta say, after looking at the way South Africa completely dismantled Namibia from start to finish in both of these games, Madagascar had some close matchups versus this Namibian squad, so I don't think I'm as confident. Well, I'm definitely not confident at all in it being a close game, but definitely closer than today, at least.
Yeah, it's ought to be. Can't get much more one-sided than it was today. And, you know, Madagascar, they also had a similar performance against Namibia in Game 2, at least, so that's, you know, it is showing the potential that they can keep up with South Africa. But we'll see. A lot will come down to the draft. South Africa's drafting is really spot on, whereas Madagascar's drafting was, you know, it had a little bit of holes here and there. Yeah, only time will tell. Tomorrow's all or nothing.
The problem is, if you are facing South Africa soon, you might want to study some of the tape and be like, oh, they like playing this hero or that hero, and I don't think that's necessarily telling us anything, because, for example, Soup dominated on the Enigma and the Mars alike. You're like, okay, he plays very well. Adestam dominated on this Primal Beast and on the Shadow Fiend, and these are heroes that are played very differently. So this tells us that South Africa, their whole squad is very versatile.
Yeah, I mean, the players are just really high MMR players in general, right? And most of these players would know their role and the current meta heroes very well. They definitely have their own flavor heroes as well. So yeah, hero pool is not going to be an issue for them, which is the same for Egypt. It makes drafting so easy, right? Because they don't have to draft for comfort, because they're more comfortable with more heroes than the enemy team is.
For all of our viewers at home, I would encourage you to stay tuned, as we will be lucky enough and fortunate to speak to one of the winners from the South African squad. And it's gonna be, I'm being told right now, it's gonna be Depe. Very interesting, Black. I can't wait to see what they have to tell us about this qualifier and their aims for the rest of this season. As, of course, neither of the players in this team have made it to the other international lands, but they seem in a prime position to make it to the World Esports Championships organized by Iesf.
Yeah, I want to hear how confident he is, because Egypt was very humble, but after performances like this, I like people to talk some smack. I like people to show some confidence, make it a bit spicy.
Yeah.
Nobody
no,
wants to hear like, yeah, the game was kind of hard, the game was close, we lucked out a little bit here and there. No, you didn't. You just outplayed them, outdrafted them.
I mean, it was an outdraft, it was an outplay, it was an outright impressive showing from them. And this is also part of what we talked about, the experience that some of these players have, right? Coming in from last year's LAN Grand Finals, playing more and more, having the opportunity, despite losing to the teams in the group stage, they at least got out in the big stage. And, practicing against teams that are much better than you is a good step of helping yourself improve and develop.
Yeah, 100%, because the better the players are play against, the better you will become, the better the players you play with will become, and it's just like a never-ending chain, right? So it makes perfect sense.
Well, let's jump straight into the interview with our winner, all the way from the South African team. Congratulations for your victory. That was an absolute shellacking, in the words of Black himself. Yeah. Did you expect you to be in such a good form coming into this game?
To be honest, didn't really know what to expect, because we weren't sure I wasn't sure how strong the Namibian team was, but yeah, I guess we were pretty confident, been playing Dota, so yeah.
Okay. Well, obviously, it was super one-sided both games, right? Now, how confident are you going into your last match tomorrow against Madagascar? Because they also beat Namibia pretty easily. So do you think it's going to be a little harder, or is it going to be a similar result?
I think based on their ranks, I think it'll be a closer game, looking at the other teams. So I think it'll be a little bit more entertaining. But yeah, we'll see tomorrow.
But still easy, right?
I don't know. I've never played them, so I can't say.
Okay. See, I can't bait them to be, to talk smack. I tried. It's okay.
And don't get us wrong, it was very entertaining. Actually, probably one of the more interesting games I've had the pleasure of casting thus far. So right now, like we said, you seem to be the absolute favorite. You were the favorites going into this qualifier anyway. But with your sights set on the World Esports Championships, similarly to your counterpart in Egypt, one of the favorite titans in the North African region, I'm going to ask you the same question. How are you going to change your preparations going into the World Championships later this year, if you do make it?
I think, if we make it, it's just about finding good teams to scrum, to prepare, and then trying our best when we're there. I've played against the Egyptian team in not this exact lineup before, and they're quite good. So yeah, I think it just comes down to how good the grasp is on the patch, and yeah, if we're all confident, I think we can beat most teams.
Okay, I like the confidence in that. So, do you guys have a coach or no?
No, we don't have a coach.
Oh, so there might be another thing to look for when, if you qualify.
Yeah, if we qualify, yes, definitely something to consider.
I think Black is actually hinting that he would like to be your coach. That's the way I'm reading it. But of course, this was such a great performance, and it's amazing to have you on stream for the first time this qualifier. How does it feel to play representing your country in this tournament?
Yeah, it feels great. I think we had to play our own qualifiers, and it was actually quite close, so we just ended up making it. So yeah, I'm grateful to be here, and looking forward to the future games. I guess if we
Amazing.
win tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, me and Black have been saying that since we saw the first series yesterday between Namibia and Madagascar, that we expect the Saturday matchup between you and them to be the equivalent of the grand final of this qualifier. So before I let you go, do you have any final words you'd like to say to your supporters, your family, your close ones?
Yeah, thanks for watching, and hopefully you guys will be there tomorrow and we'll be able to win. So yeah, thanks.
Tell Grove I love him and tell him to call me. Thank you.
Okay, I will. I'm sure next interview, if we win, I'll get him on. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that would be glorious. I haven't spoken to him in forever.
Congratulations once again, Deppy, and hopefully we will have the chance to share the winner's interview with you again in the future. As that is it, Black. The victorious South African team were absolutely incredible, and he seemed in very high spirits, as he should be after such a game, but maybe not as confident as you wanted him to be for tomorrow's matchup.
I mean, I think he's still really confident. You know how most people are. You know, they want to be a humble bumble, a humble pie. But you saw it. I tried to bait him a little bit, you know, like get him to talk some smack, but
yeah,
I couldn't quite get him there yet. I'm sure if they win tomorrow, the next time I tickle, it will actually work. You know, you just have to try hard enough. Eventually, everybody cracks and everybody will talk some smack. Talking smack is super fun. I love doing it. You get into your enemy's head, you already won the game, you know?
Well, they already won their game today, and tomorrow it's gonna be, like you said, having to lay the ground ahead of them if they want to intimidate maybe Madagascar, as we will be starting off for the first time around a bit earlier in the day with the South African region, South Africa versus Madagascar. The final
2 hours earlier.
Yeah, the final grand final, and then in the evening or afterwards in the afternoon, depends where you are in the world. It could be very late in the evening, very early in the morning. Cote d'Ivoire versus Morocco to secure the last spots from the African region for the World Esports Championship. Black, it was a pleasure, as always, to be here alongside with you for today. And before we go, I'm going to ask you, what do you look forward the most tomorrow?
Well, obviously, the first match is going to be a banger. I still do fully and wholeheartedly expect South Africa to make it look somewhat easy. So what I'm looking forward to the most is, can Madagascar figure something out to make South Africa work for the victory or make them sweat a little bit, you know, because today they were clowning around. They were very, very confident. Like, I want to have South Africa feel this moment where they realize we can actually lose this game, you know, and then we see the true spirits of the team.
That is something that they could punish, right? If they get a bit too cocky, like we saw them towards the end of that second game, it's something that an opponent that is a bit closer in the skill with them could take advantage of. As for us, that is it of the day 3 of the Dota 2 African qualifiers. Ladies and gentlemen, it was a pleasure to be here with you today. I want to give a huge shout out to everybody behind the scenes, especially the production team that we have backing ourselves up. I was Waxen, joined by Black. Stay tuned and tune in tomorrow, 2 hours early, for more Dota 2 action. And don't forget to check out everything on iesf.gg. Stay hydrated.